Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome to Today at Keeneland on this Grade 1 Saturday. Grade 1 from a weather perspective now after getting some rain earlier this morning. The turf is listed as good. Main track is fast. Rail set at 0 for our turf racing today, featuring the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. It's going to be a heck of a matchup between U.S. and European invaders, and we'll talk more about that in a few moments. But a 10-race card ahead of us, a lot of opportunities ahead of us as well, and that is our featured event. Special event of the day is the QE2 Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. Let's take a look back at yesterday's racing here at Keeneland Racecourse, and what a Friday it was. Much warmer conditions than what we're dealing with here today. And there's Samarita in race number 3, extending her win streak to 6, a $1,000 Keeneland September sale graduate who has gone 120 times, at least that, from that sale purchase. It just goes to show you that winners come from all sessions at Keeneland September, and high earners as well. Raise high for Vicky Oliver, and Luis Saez was very game in his second career start for St. George Farm. And Luis Saez with that aggressive ride on the turf. That was the first leg of the Turf Pick 3. Highest distinction for Lindsey Schultz and Jairo Rendon, coming from the clouds to get the win, continuing his win streak. Came into a tougher race against that allowance group that Lindsey described off of a Grade 3 event up at Pimlico. Intricate, the Keeneland sales graduate for Brendan Walsh, and Tyler Gaffleone was very stylish in race number 8, that Gunrunner filly who is stretching out to her route for the first time in her career. She's a name to remember and keep an eye on moving forward into that 3-year-old season. And then in the Grade 3 Sycamore, somehow, some way, bold act, for Jamie Spencer and Godolphin, weaved his way through traffic and ran down Cellist, who did everything right on the front end. And congratulations once again to the all-world rider Jamie Spencer, his first ever win at Keeneland, coming yesterday in the Grade 3 Sycamore, and he had to catch a plane right after. But those jockeys, as we know, all over the world are world travelers when need be. Tyler Gaffleone, a 1-win edge over Luis Saez coming into the afternoon. Flavien Pratt, he's 3 back, as is Johnny Velasquez, and Joel Rosario 5 back. And the trainer standings remain very, very tight. Todd Pletcher with still that just 1 race edge over Steve Asmussen, Wesley Ward, Ian Wilkes, and Chad Brown. Wilkes, one of the great stories of the meet, up in the mix as far as the top of the trainer standings. No surprise that he's had success, but we wish him the best, and all of these trainers and jockeys and owners and breeders the best when it comes to the remaining opportunities here at Keeneland for this fall meet. For more on the Saturday weather, which certainly it's cooled off from the previous couple of days, let's go to WKYT.
Well, everyone, you're definitely going to need your raincoat for Keeneland today, because we're noticing some rainy conditions. Now, the good news is by the time we head towards that 3 o'clock hour, most of it is going to turn into cloud cover, but then you're going to need to switch to your winter coat, because we're going to start to see some chilly temperatures. By the 5 o'clock hour, we'll look at 58 for our temperatures. 6 p.m., we'll see 58 as well. Good luck out there today, folks.
Yeah, it's going to be cool, and as I mentioned, you can swing into the Keeneland gift shop, the best gift shop in all of sports, and pick up jackets, some gloves if you need be. I don't know that it's quite that cold, but it's to everyone's preference. So busy morning there in the Keeneland gift shop, as we had Family Day earlier this morning with great activities for the children, as we do each and every Saturday here at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's get into our full card selections for this Saturday of racing. Download the Keeneland Race Day app right now, and you can have access to these. You don't have to jot them down quickly. The Keeneland Race Day app is available in your smartphone as well as your tablet. Download it right now, and you'll get all of our selections for this full 10-race card. Kate and I in agreement when it comes to race 2, 7, and 10. Race number 10, that will be the shortest price of the day. That number 1 horse in there who hasn't been seen in quite some time, that Godolphin runner, First Mission, for Godolphin and Brad Cox and Luis Saez. So he could be 1 to 5 in that race, especially with the scratch of Sakil in race number 10. But it's been some time since we've seen him, but he deserves all the attention that he will receive in those win pools. Social media, go ahead and give us a follow on X at Keeneland Racing. When it comes to Facebook, at Keeneland, Instagram as well, and FanDuel TV, you can give them a follow on X And most importantly, when it comes to FanDuel TV, download the FanDuel TV Plus app. That's available on your favorite connected device on your television at home. Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. You download FanDuel TV Plus. Once you get it downloaded and you sign in, you'll have access to FanDuel TV and FanDuel Racing and a lot of on-demand content, and that's a way in which you can catch all the great coverage on FanDuel TV for Keeneland racing each and every day, and even the sales with the November sales just a few weeks away. So social media, give us a follow. Let's get after our featured event. It's race number 9 today, the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana, a race that was inaugurated back in 1984, an event in which we celebrated Queen Elizabeth II's visit to Keeneland back in 1984, and the tradition continues here in 2023. A couple of scratches, Safine, the 3, the 5, Be Your Best, as well as the 9 Heavenly Sunday prerequisite, a scratch. Papilio, one thing to keep in mind about the number 12 horse, she runs today and she'll be offered in the upcoming Keeneland November sale as well. And we'll see a lot of that in these coming days, and especially once we get the catalog sorted for the horses of racing age portion of that sale, which will be the day after the conclusion of the November sale, a continuation of the November sale, and we'll update you with all of that information that we know so many of you need to be made aware of. But when it comes to the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Grade 1, I'm going to Maj, the Godolphin filly that comes in for the multiple champion trainer in Europe, Saeed bin Surur, and Oisin Murphy is going to ride this filly for a second time in her career. Last time we saw her was all the way back in May at Newmarket in the Group 1 1,000 Guinea Stakes. This is one of the most important filly races in the world for the 3-year-old division. She beat Tahira on the square in this race. Now, Tahira has gone on a heck of a run since this. She won the Coronation Cup at Royal Ascot. She's won 4 Group 1s since that defeat to Maj. On the flip side of things, Maj was supposed to run in the Coronation Stakes at Royal Ascot, but she came up with a dirty scope, a chest infection, so that caused her to miss time. But with the campaign that Saeed bin Surur laid out for her back earlier this year in Dubai, there was always the intention to give her a break. So we know that she's taken an unintended break going back to the summer, but this is a race that she's going to be used to prepare for the Breeders' Cup, whether it's the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf or the Breeders' Cup Mile. I think she'll be ready to go. She's a half-sister to Modern Games. You should remember that name, that great Breeders' Cup runner, and a horse that we've seen here at Keeneland multiple times in the past. So give me Maj on top. The number 7 horse, Sounds of Heaven, for Jesse Harrington, coming in for Craig Bernick and John Camilleri. She ran against Tahira in the Group 1 Coronation Stakes at Ascot, was 3rd on that day, went to Deauville and finished 6th, but I think that she will be much better today on a bit better ground, I would imagine, than what she saw at Deauville, even though soft ground noted in European and French past performances can be overstated. Oftentimes, soft ground there can be a little bit quicker than what it's telling you. And then the number 6 horse, excuse me, Lindy, is one that I'll go to. She's already got a win here in the States, coming in from Europe as well. She was in France, ran against the best French filly of the year, the 3-year-old filly, Blue Rose Sen. So 4, 7, and 6. I have to give a nod to the number 2 horse, Elusive Princess, as well. She wants it a little bit softer, is what Arnaud Delacour had to say, but I like her here in this race. We're going to look at Papilio, though. She is a filly that I know Caton likes, who will be joining me here in just a matter of seconds. And Papilio is a filly that we've seen run big races here in the past. She won the Appalachian last spring. We saw her in the Churchill Downs Regret Stakes Grade 3, finished 2nd. She's had a stiff campaign, though, this filly. And again, this is a filly, Caton, that will be offered in the Keeneland November sale in just a few weeks.
Yes, Scott, but, you know, she has had some time off since Saratoga to recover. She actually ran a pretty credible race on soft ground against Elusive Princess, and I thought she could run better than that. And with the time in between races, I really think going to the 1.5 the 1 1/8, getting some give in the ground, and having time in between races is the key. Javier Castellano and Mark Casse have been clicking at an unbelievable rate all over the continent, and I thought if anybody could get past Maj, it was going to be Papilio. So I give her a little outside shot. She's going to be my top pick in there, but I do respect Maj greatly.
She's a very good filly to win the Guineas, to beat Tahira the way that she did, the things that Tahira has done since then. It's going to be a wonderful race. I know I said this about the Sycamore yesterday, how deep it is. This race equally as deep on the Grade 1 front at near the end of the season. And the thing about this, so many of these connections and fillies are pointed towards this to cap off their season because we're getting close to the Breeders' Cup, and that's what this race is intended to do, give the 3-year-old filly division on turf this Grade 1 target at the end of the fall.
It's this opportunity, and that's where you've seen horses that were pointed for this race and that kind of stood out and have risen to the occasion, but you've also seen kind of new shooters emerge, and this has been a launching pad for a lot of really nice fillies too. I thought if there was somebody like that, Mission of Joy might be the type of horse who hasn't had that kind of breakthrough performance up till now, but might be getting good at just the right time when maybe some of the others are tailing off. So I used her to round out the top 3 selections, although that is a tough call because that means leaving out Elusive Princess, who could be the best of all of them when all is said and done.
Yeah, she's a good one. She's another one that's run against Blue Rose Seine in France, and she's won multiple times in her career, including in the Grade 3 Saratoga Oaks Invitational in her last race. Let's find out more about the number 2 horse, Elusive Princess. Here's Tom Leach.
Joined by jockey Flavien Pratt. He'll be aboard Elusive Princess, one of the top choices in the QE2. Tell me about that last race up at Saratoga.
Yeah, no, it was a good race. She ran as we expected. She had some good run in France, and she repeated that kind of run in Saratoga.
What was it about her that day that most impressed you?
She adapted herself very well with the race in America. I thought she broke out of the gate okay, and she was traveling well all the way around, and kicked home well when it was time to make her go. Obviously, it was on soft ground. Probably won't happen Saturday, but I think she had some good run on good ground as well, so I'm expecting her to run a good race.
What kind of scouting report, if any, were they able to give you before you rode her that first time?
Obviously I watched her, some of her races, and they said that she was pretty straightforward, and that's what she was.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's Flavien Pratt. He'll be aboard Elusive Princess in the QE2.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Flavien. We're going to move on to our key races of the day. Race number 8 is where I'll begin. Race number 8 is a first-level allowance race for these fillies and mares that'll be going 6.5 furlongs on the fast-listed main track. A Seed is the 7-2 morning line favorite, but I'm going to take a swing with a bit of a price on the morning line. You Little Vixen for Prairie Lane Farms. They bred this filly here in Kentucky. She's a daughter of Twirling Candy from a Harlan's Holiday First Dam. She's got a nice pedigree, and we'll take you back to her only race. This was over in Altoona, Iowa, just outside of Des Moines, Iowa, at Prairie Meadows, where she's going to draw off and win by 7.5 lengths under Glenn Corbett, who's one of the top riders and has been for a number of decades at Prairie Meadows. She runs in 109.4. Very professional performance, straightforward performance for this filly. Broke sharp, took control of the race, and that was it. The final time, the way that she did it, the margin of victory is what lures me to her. I think that she is good enough to handle this group, not just be here and be competitive, but win this race. And Kelly Von Hemel, from a long line of great horsemen led by his father, Don Von Hemel, they've had some really good fillies. Miss Macy Sue, that's a name that might spark some memories. She's the mother of not only Liam's Map, but Not This Time. And she was a filly that started her career and spent a lot of her career in the Midwest winning races at Prairie Meadows. Good horses can come from anywhere, and I really do think that this is a good filly.
I agree with you, and I, as far as them coming from anywhere, and I'm curious to see what kind of price you get on her with Tyler Gaffleon taking the assignment. Maybe that mitigates the fact that it is a lesser-known barn and not one that's a mainstay here at Keeneland, but you will get a nice price, I think. I went to the 10, A Seed, and this was a tough call because I agree with you. This is a quality group with a lot of horses who have a chance. A Seed draws the outside post position at 6.5 furlongs. I think that's a benefit. Moves turf back to the main track, and that's the key. I really don't think that she was cut out to be a turf horse. I don't think she liked the competition, the turf, or Kentucky Downs. So draw a line through that last race. Put her back on the dirt. Irad Ortiz, who rode her to victory in her maiden breaking performance, gets the call. And I do like the outside post position in these sprint races like this. Pumpkin Scone, going to take a lot of betting. Definitely could win here off an impressive maiden breaking performance, but, you know, there's no sure things here, especially in a field this deep. And a horse that's sneaky, the 3, Mucho Macho Girl for Dallas Stewart. Dallas has 2 wins at the meet from a limited number of starters. All his horses that are running here are running well. Mucho Macho Girl's been training really well for her first start since this spring. and she was able to win at first asking, which is kind of contrary to what Dallas's stats say. He can win with a first-time starter, but usually they improve second and third time. So to me, Mucho Macho Girl, very interesting here.
It's a good race. They're all good races today. That's just the bottom line, and we say it every day. It's Keeneland. They're always going to be very competitive and very, very good. Let's go to race number 10. Race number 10, your key race. Now, this race looks a lot different with the scratches. Some key scratches, 3, 4, 5. Sakil, the biggest scratch to me of all of them. Older, proven horse who I think could have hung with First Mission. But now with these scratches and the 11 as a scratch, First Mission may go off as the shortest price, not only up to now, but the rest of the entire of the meet. That's
now,
how good he's been.
I want to point out that First Mission is a single for me in the pick 4. We're going to talk about that later on, but and I think will be a single on a lot of tickets in general for all the multi-race wagers with good reason. This was going to be my pick for the Preakness. However, that said, the horse that is most intriguing to me to use with First Mission, and also if you really want to try to beat the favorite or get creative, or you see something going on through the day that you can capitalize on that maybe makes a case against First Mission, Creative Minister is a quality horse, and he is capable of running a big, big race. This is his race at Churchill Downs, this is at Keeneland, going back a little ways, but it was at the 1 1/8 distance. At April, he finished the second. He's beaten ahead for all of it after making that big, powerful middle move. He was sweeping by everybody, and I think it was just maybe a little bit earlier. Times it just a tiny bit differently. He's a tad bit unlucky not to win this race. He loses by a head when all is said and done, but he showed you that he likes this track, that he can run well at a distance of ground. And Brian Hernandez Jr. was riding him for the first time in a little while that day, but knows him really, really well. Kenny's horses are all, as is usually the case, firing on all cylinders. I think off the layoff, Creative Minister is in for a big race. And that's a little bit of a horse for course angle. I'm not saying he can beat First Mission, but I'm saying that those are the two key horses to use in there, in my opinion.
And it's a youth versus experience kind of approach when it comes to race number 10, which is always very fascinating. Let's get to the Clocker report. It'll be race number 1, the 1. Easy to remember. Stand for Freedom, the number 1 horse, worked a half mile in 47-3. He's 9-2 on the morning line.
Catches a little softer field, and he has run well here in the past, and definitely the rider has to kind of figure something out. That's Chris Landeros, but he's been figuring out a lot. For what it's worth, that is Ian Wilkes and Chris Landeros teaming up, and they have 2 wins at the meet together, and Ian has 3 wins cumulatively. So Stand for Freedom, with that and a good work under his belt, is definitely a horse that has to be respected in here. And he was 9-2 on the morning line. It'll be interesting to see with that good work if he comes down a little bit in price.
So that's our Clocker report. Let's get after our multi-race exotics. Kate mentioned she's going to have a pick 4. I'm going to do the turf pick 3. Starts in race number 5. I just love this wager. It's become my favorite wager in all of thoroughbred horse racing. And I'm going to spend a little bit more money today than perhaps you would think. But I think that this is a ticket. These are races that you've got to spend $70 to $100+ to have a chance, because of it being a $3 minimum. In race number 5, I'll go to 2, 4, 8, and 9. Cat Mint, Bolt Toro for Mark Cassidy told me this morning she's eventually going to win a race. She may be overlooked because she's had a lot of opportunities, but maybe the going today will be something that moves her forward. King Secret, the 8, and the 9, Heckled. In race number 7, 1, 4, and 6, 911 Turbo. He'll be another short price favorite today, but I'll take my shot with Shirar as a backup and the 6, Foreign Relations, because the thing for me with 911 Turbo, he could have easily been in the Sycamore yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think he would have been a favorite, one of the favorites in that race based on what he's done in Southern California. I like that they go the path of lesser resistance with him, but still, it does spark just a few questions as a handicapper for me on the number 1, but he's the one to beat. And then in the QE2 Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana, that grade 1 event, 4, 6, and 7. If you've got a little bit more money, throw Elusive Princess in there today, but that's my approach. 108, the investment on the turf pick 3.
Once again, with the races in play that are also in play in the pick 4, it is conceivable that you could hit, which you have done frequently, and I could hit too, which I'm still looking to get there. I've come close several times. This is no easy sequence, even though I do have a single. This is kind of your inverted pyramid, if you will, with 1, 4, 6, and 10 in that 7th race. 911 Turbo on the rail is going to be a standout for some. To me, it's almost too good to be true. I think there's just too many questions. At the same time, I think he's good enough to win the race, so definitely use him. Shirar, I threw in the ticket for in Relations. I like quite a bit. And Quadra Island is maybe going to be a big price for Brad Cox, trying the turf for the first time, but he's by Kitten's Joy out of an Unbridled Song mare. And I also think with some of the scratches, he could be forwardly placed and have kind of an easy time of it. In the first level allowance 8th race, we talked about this pumpkin scone I'm using, as well as Zeitlos, who has some speed and could take advantage of some of the scratches, and then the 10 as seed. I think if you're going to spend more money, I'd definitely throw in the 7, Scott, the horse you like, You Little Vixen, in there, because the more you look at it, the more I think that she does have a big shot in there. 9th race, we mentioned the favorite. I'm going to use Maj, and I'm using Papilio, the horse that I like to potentially upset in there. If you want to spend money, again, follow Scott's advice and add Elusive Princess, and then single to the 1 First Mission. And that's where it gets tricky, because First Mission is going to be such a heavy favorite. If you believe in First Mission, you don't want to spend a lot of money on this ticket, because it won't pay off that much if you get some of these favorites through. So, but I think $12 we can still make a profit if we hit it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to pay more than $12.
Yeah.
I know that. That's just how it's going to go when it comes to that. And you mentioned First Mission. He was going to be your Preakness pick. He was going to be my Preakness pick, but they had to scratch him the day before, morning of. It might have been the morning of the Preakness Stakes, and they've waited to bring him back. So I don't know if there would be a race for him if he runs well today this year. Maybe it's too quick of a turnaround off of a layoff to consider a Breeders' Cup race, but he's one that could be primed for a big 2024 in the older handicap division.
Yeah, I definitely think he's the one that most people have been waiting to see come back.
Our Sales Grad Spotlight, this is an easy one to shine the spotlight on. It's race number 6 here today at Keeneland, the number 2 horse, Dornock. This is a full brother to the Kentucky Derby winner, Mage. He was a Keeneland September sale graduate from last year, $325,000, owned by West Paces Racing, R.A. Hill Stable, and others. And do keep in mind that this colt's mother, Puka, will be sold at the upcoming Keeneland November sale, and she is pregnant, carrying a full sibling to not only Dornock, but Mage. So one of the headliners, one of the many headliners that we have in the upcoming Keeneland November sale. He's run 2 good races. He was second to Noted in his most recent race. Noted came out of there, ran second in the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes on opening weekend. So he should be the favorite in race number 6. Keeneland Sales Graduate Spotlight, and shining the spotlight towards the November sale. Puka, his mother, Mage's mother, will be offered at the world's most important breeding stock sale at Keeneland November.
There's going to be more on him in just a minute, because we're going to get to our best angles.
We are, and let's do it right now. I'll go to race number 10, revisiting this. I think we've made our case for First Mission, and the thoughts on horses like Creative Minister. To me, things changed completely when Sakil scratched. I thought that he might be able to catch First Mission today off the layoff, but he has scratched today. So I'm going to go attack a late daily double. It's a Godolphin late double. It's a straight double, Maj to First Mission. Here's First Mission in the Stone Street Lexington. And you have to remember the horses that he is beating in here. That's Arabian Lion, who he's going to run down as he hugs the rail. Disarm, one of the better 3-year-olds this year, and I think the best 3-year-old from the Winchell Asmussen operation that we saw this season, and he beats him on the square. And this is the performance that had us all so ready for a chance to see him run in the Preakness. It didn't pan out. Again, they've been patient with him. I'll approach it a $10 ticket. You can make it a $2 ticket, $100, whatever you want to do, wherever your comfort zone is. But I'm going Maj to First Mission in the late daily double as my best angle today.
My best angle as far as how you're going to play it changed a little bit with some of the scratches, but I'm going to the 6th race. We talked about Dornock's breeding. Originally, Dive Bomber was a horse who was going to take quite a bit of money, so I thought you might be able to get 7-2 on Dornock, in which case he was worth a win bet. That's probably not going to be the case. He's probably going to be a very, very short price. So maybe instead of win, you look to use him in the multi-race wagers. But there's a lot to like about Dornack. In particular, though, the way he competed in Stakes Company, ran well around 2 turns in his most recent start. That was the Sapling Stakes at Monmouth Park. This race here, you can see that he almost was forced coming out of the sprints to have so much energy that he had to make the lead. It was an early move for him. He flattens out a little bit at the end. He's beaten a length for all of it by Noted. Noted looks like he's going to be a very nice horse. He was the beaten favorite, so at first glance, that would be a disappointing effort, but I think in retrospect, if you look back at it and realize that it was his first try at a route of ground and that maybe he might have just had a little bit too much energy in the early stages, it's going to play out very differently today. I think that experience really helps him as he goes to 2 turns here. And with that pedigree, we know he's a route horse, or he's meant to be a route horse anyway. But he has tactical speed, and that's a key ingredient. With Luis Saez, good day yesterday, top rider. I really like Dornack. He's the angle of the day. And use him in your pick 5s. This is the first leg of the late pick 5. You could use him as a single.
Yeah, you could have, there could be 2 singles there for you if you want to take that approach. Single in the first leg, single for first mission in the last leg of the pick 5, and then find that coverage in between. There's always multiple ways of considering things, but just throwing it out there for those of you crafting those late pick 5 tickets as we approach noontime out here in the Eastern time zone. Tom Leach, he's up once again with his long shot pick of the day.
Our long shot on the Saturday card comes in the 5th race, number 8, King's Secret. Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle. He was aboard this one last time. It was a really troubled trip. He had a lot of horse down on the inside, had nowhere to run, so it's a better race than it looks on paper. Previous effort up at Saratoga, really strong finish. And what stood out to me about both races for this horse is that I think she really is going to enjoy getting the extra distance in this spot. So King's Secret is the long shot play in race 5.
I like her too, Tom. She's my top selection. She's owned by Dixiana Farms, who present the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup today, our Grade 1. It's going to be a good day, Kaiten.
I am looking forward to it. I'm just happy to be here, literally.
Great to have you here. Great to have Kaiten. Great to have all of you with us. Enjoy today at Keeneland. It's QE2 Challenge Cup Day, Grade 1, presented by Dixiana.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
The bloodline of these brothers is fearless and uncompromising. The fun, adventurous Tacoma, outselling everything in its class for 18 years. The legendary 4Runner, proving itself off-road for 4 decades. The best-in-class Tundra, designed and engineered in the USA. And introducing the powerfully efficient Sequoia, all new from the ground up, with technology and comfort for all. Toyota's 4 brothers, sibling rivalry at its finest. Toyota. Let's go places.
She's all the talk. I bet 5 million, 3 in the ring, 3 in the ring, 2 here in the ring, 3. Where 5 million, 2, 5 million, 3. On his seat now, 5 million, 3, 4. Go ahead, he's 4 million, 5, 4 million, 4 million, 5. Oh my, 4 million, 4. I got 5 million, 5, 5 million, 6. Ready, 6, all through. Well, thank you what you did do. 5 million, 5, and in the back, 5,500,000. And good luck.
It's in the post, has to lead by a leg. It's in the post to win it.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes Blue Note to the paddock. Blue Note is the newest a cappella group and is open to all UK Choirs members. The group appears every year at UK choral concerts and is always featured during the annual Collage holiday performances. First, Blue Note is pleased to present our state song.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the children are gay. 'Tis summer, children are gay. Corntops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. Today we will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away. The day goes by like a shadow o'er the heart. A shadow with sorrow was delight. With sorrow was delight. Sing no more by the glimmer of the moon. Oh, my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away. For my old Kentucky home.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Keeneland is proud to recognize Katie Whitson from Dining as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Katie.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. And look at the program changes shortly. First, let's check the track and turf condition presented by John Deere. The main track is listed fast, the turf listed good, and the rail is down today. Rail at 0 feet on the turf course. Time now for a look at those changes beginning in the first race. The opener today starts the first of the rolling doubles and pick threes. It's also where the early pick 5 begins. In the opener, scratch the 6 Libertango. Scratch number 6 Libertango. Also, there's a jockey change on the 7 Talks Cheap. Jockey is Javier Padron Barcenas. Number 7 Talks Cheap. Jockey Javier Padron Barcenas. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Scratch number 9 Higginsville. That's in the second race. Scratch number 9 Higginsville. And please note, contrary to the program, the 10 Hot Wings is a gelding. 10 Hot Wings is a gelding. Third race. Contrary to the program, number 4 Sticky Note is a gelding. Third race, number 4 Sticky Note is a gelding. Fourth race. Scratch number 3, Promise of Hope. And scratch number 8, It Takes Heart. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 3, Promise of Hope. Scratch number 8, It Takes Heart. Race 5, start of the pick 6, no carryover. Also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. In that fifth race, scratch number 1, Dreamfly. And scratch the 11, Medallia Forever. That's in the fifth race. Scratch number 1, Dreamfly, and scratch the 11, Medallia Forever. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5. Scratch number 7, Play It Loud. Scratch the 9, No Judgment, and scratch the 12, Dive Bomber. That's in the sixth race. Scratch number 7, Play It Loud. Scratch the 9, No Judgment, and scratch the 12, Dive Bomber. Also, please note, contrary to the program, the 11, Nuevo Empire is a ridgeling. Number 11, Nuevo Empire is a ridgeling. Seventh race, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 8, Out of Deductions. Scratch the 11, February Sun. Scratch number 12, Microphone. And scratch number 14, Over the Channel. That's in the seventh race. Scratch number 8, Out of Deductions. Scratch the 11, February Sun. Scratch the 12, Microphone. And scratch number 14, Over the Channel. Please note number 13, 7 Charms will run. 13, 7 Charms draws into the race. Eighth race. Scratch number 1, Stellar Lily. That's the 8th race. Scratch number 1, Stellar Lily. Featured 9th race, 40th running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, Grade 1, presented by Dixiana. In that featured 9th, scratch number 3, Safine. Scratch the 5, Be Your Best. Scratch the 9, Heavenly Sunday. And scratch the 11, Prerequisite. That's in the featured 9th. Scratch number 3, Safine. Scratch the 5, Be Your Best. Scratch number 9, Heavenly Sunday. And scratch the 11, Prerequisite. Please note, number 13 draws into the race. 13, Freitas the Red will run. 10th and final event, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. In that 10th race, scratch number 3, Gano. Scratch the 4, Curly Jack. Also scratch the 5, Tartufo. Scratch the 8, Sakil. And scratch the 11, He's a Mess. Again, that's in the 10th race. Scratch number 3, Gano. Scratch the 4, Curly Jack. Scratch the 5, Tartufo. Scratch the 8, Sakil. Scratch the 11, He's a Mess. Please note, 13, Airtime will run. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Caton Bradar.
Kurt Becker, thank you so much. Happy Saturdays. We welcome you to a Grade 1 Saturday at Keeneland Racecourse. It's Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Day presented by Dixiana, and we look forward to that event. It is a heck of a feature. There are the scratches, as Kurt noted, Caton, but there's so much intrigue, so many good fillies in this Grade 1 for many of them, which will be their final race as a 3-year-old before they turn 4. We have seen some of them go on to the Breeders' Cup, but the timing of it, this is really an end cap to a season, and looking for that Grade 1 event at Keeneland is a very important date.
Well, it's truly the last opportunity for 3-year-old fillies to A, run against their own, and B, run in a Grade 1 that's restricted exclusively to 3-year-old fillies on the turf. And it also, historically speaking, has been sort of a melting pot between those horses who may be going off to sales or the breeding shed and others who are just looking to take that next step and join the elite company. I think it's a wonderful matchup. It becomes more intriguing with the scratches because, to me, Scott, there is not an abundance of early speed anymore, particularly with the scratch of Heavenly Sunday.
Maj, the morning line favorite. We haven't seen her since the 1,000 Guineas, one of the premier Grade 1s in all of the world, and especially in Europe. She beat Tahira on the square that day, and Tahira has gone on and become a Grade 1 winner 4 times over. And you mentioned fillies being offered in sales. Papilio, the number 12 horse, she'll be offered at the upcoming Keeneland November sale for TaylorMade Sales as hip number 87. So a big update could be looming for Papilio in relationship to her catalog page at the Keeneland November sale. That is race number 9 today, our Grade 1 featured event, the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana.
Your attention, please. A late jockey change in Keeneland's first race. First race number 2, Mr. Muldoon, the jockey Mitchell Murrell. Keeneland's first race. Number 2, Mr. Muldoon, the jockey, Mitchell Murrell.
Race number 1, as they get saddled up with less than 18 minutes to post, the current favorite is the number 5 horse, Creative Way, for Safi Joseph Jr. I'm going against the favorite here on the top end. I'm going to go to the number 9 horse, to the outside, Veil, for Mark Sims Jr. First off the claim, I think just amongst this group, fits with this group. I figured the 5 would be played in this manner, but you've got to keep in mind that it took him a drop down in class to maiden 16 to break his maiden. I know how good Safi Joseph Jr. is first off the claim, but I don't think that the tote board tells the full tale of this race for many of these fillies in here, or geldings, excuse me, and colts in this race. And Veil is one that has some past races that should have him right there. I like the outside draw. He can sit forward. Give me Veil on top at a price to kick things off. He's currently 16 to 1.
Well, I will say Sims is 21% off the claim, and this horse has been popular in the claim box, which to me is a sign of competitiveness, that that horse has a lot going for them. So it's 16 to 1, not out of the question in these types of races. I went to the favorite, Creative Way. Just makes some sense. Yes, it was against a lesser group, but it was at Churchill, and the Churchill competition has been stiff. Comes off of that pretty easy win, and racing off the claim for a barn that wins 21%. I think Creative Way can sit close, the kind of nice stalking trip that Tyler Gaffleone has been able to use to his advantage to move toward the top of the jockey standings. I think Creative Way looks very well spotted.
6 is a scratch in here, Libertango, and that noted on the current odds, so not the second choice for Caton anymore because not competing, but we can see that on the tote board right now. But the number 5 horse I've got on top, or second, excuse me. I've got the 9 on top, the 5 in second. Let's go to the number 1 horse next. That is Stand for Freedom for trainer Ian Wilkes. This a runner for me, my third selection. This is more about Ian Wilkes than anything in the meet that his horses have been having and winning and doing well. And he also takes a drop down in class. Chris Landeros is going to probably get shuffled back in this race. I just don't think that they've got the right type of horse to engage and move forward. Maybe the drop, he can be more forward, but I'm respecting Ian Wilkes as much as anything in the angle to include the one in my top three.
Well, two of Ian's wins at this meet have come with Chris Landeros aboard, and he's had a super season. So it's understandable why in a spot like this you'd go with that. And the bettors are too at 3-1. The 3, for me, now becomes a key player with Luis Saez for Ed Vaughn. Turning back from a route for Maiden 30, which he just trounced the field over at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is another one that's taking a step up, but he was competitive in Maiden Special Weight Company. I don't think he'll be that far off the pace based on where he was around 2 turns. I think he can sit that stalking trip and have a really nice late kick for another top jockey. And right now the price is right at 5-1. We're going to throw in another horse as a bonus horse. Of those that were scratched, I think the chances of the 4, Shot Shell, move up a lot as he goes turf to dirt for Steve Asmussen with Christian Torres. He could be the controlling speed in the race now. And it'll be interesting to see with the rain that fell this morning what that means so far as speed and pace are concerned. But I think you're going to want to be forward on the main track.
We shall find out how the main track is playing. Fast conditions, turf listed is good for those later turf races, including the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. Race 1 starts the early pick 5, $30,000 claiming event. Non-winners of 2 lifetime, and we are less than 13 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Claiming race, $30,000 the price. 3-year-olds and up, beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Main track is fast, turf listed good. In the opener today, scratched the 6 Libertango. Number 6 Libertango scratched. A couple of jockey changes on the 2 Mr. Muldoon, Mitchell Merle. That's the 2 Mr. Muldoon, Mitchell Merle, the jockey. On the 7 Talks Cheap, Javier Padron Barcenas. 7 Talks Cheap, the jockey Javier Padron Barcenas. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. Post time at 6 minutes.
Bring you front side to take a look at the number 4 horse warming up on the other side of the pony, Shot Shell, but really catching our eyes here in the paddock when he went out for the post braid. You're not getting the best look at him, obviously, as he warms up alongside the pony, but he is a beautiful son of Gunrunner from the Tap at First Dam, Tap-A-Lite.
Yeah, and like so many of them, very well balanced, has just a nice movement about him, very fluid, and you can see that he also is taking everything in stride. Christian Torres has been aboard for at least one of Steve's wins here at the meet, and
Stakes win.
Shot Shell has that early turn of foot, I think, that will serve him well in this spot, especially with the scratches in here. Also a class dropper.
The 1 horse Stand for Freedom for Ian Wilkes, 5-2. He is the clear second choice right now in the wagering. Son of American Freedom. He's making his 8th start this year in 2023. It's his 3rd run at Keeneland in his career, and part of the Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland.
You know, he has to come from off the pace, but the 7 furlongs definitely helps him where some of the other speed horses may be struggling to be able to carry their speed 7 furlongs. You know he's going to be just fine.
And also the number 3 horse, just wanted to go back to him and see how he settled in after acting up a bit when he coming out for the post braid. There he is, tongue hanging out the side, big white shadow roll. Looks a different horse than what we saw from him 2 minutes ago.
So he just maybe got a little wind under his tail and was acting up a bit. Luis Saez started to sort of jump off and then I think was kind of taken off. But he seems none the worse for wear and got right back on. And now in the warm-up, it looks like Canneval's gotten all of that out of his system.
I think coming from this paddock side to the front side where the wind is much more dramatic, that might be something that just gets these horses maybe a little stirred up over the course of the afternoon.
That would be why you and I would stay right here rather than go to the front side for a little while.
We're seasoned. Race number 1, 2 minutes to post. Start of the pick 5, just shy of $350,000 in the pool. Next click, it'll get there and beyond. There it is, $355,000 in the early pick 5 pool. Get those plays in at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race. Start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Shot Shell moves into line along with Bucktown. Vale comes forward. Blocked the last one. Moves in, they're at the post. And they're off. Shot Shell comes out for the lead. Blocked is there up on the far outside. Shot Shell and Blocked, along with Carnival, who's there down toward the inside from between horses moving up. Awkward move there onto the backstretch for Shot Shell. Lost a couple of lengths. Is still second, but now 2 lengths behind Blocked, and now starts to cut into that gap. In the meantime, Mr. Muldoon moves up between horses third, now taking second. Here Stand for Freedom, a quick move up the rail from fourth, up within a length and a half of the lead. Carnival now drops back into the 5th position, followed by Vale, who's a wide 6th. Talk is Cheap is 7th in between horses. Creative Way is 8th against the rail, and Bucktown is last of the 9. The opening quarter, 22.39 seconds. Blocked leads at a length. Stand for Freedom sneaks up the rail into the 2nd position. Carnival is 3 wide in 3rd. Mr. Muldoon is between horses, moves up 1 spot from 4th. Here's Carnival, who moves up just off the leader's flank. Blocked is still the leader. Carnival is in the 2nd position now. In the meantime, Shot Shell is dropping out to the back of the pack. Vale tries to pick up the leader. Stand for Freedom needs room. Carnival's the leader. Carnival gets the lead from Block. Stand for Freedom has to change lanes, comes to the outside, moves up 3rd, now 2nd, moving by the 8th pole. Carnival, Stand for Freedom on the outside. Carnival against the rail. Stand for Freedom and Carnival final furlong. Stand for Freedom, the new leader. Stand for Freedom, Chris Landeros aboard, past the 16th pole. Stand for Freedom will get the win in the opener at Keeneland. Carnival was home 2nd, Blocked 3rd, Creative Way was 4th.
Well, this victory here in race number 1 moves Ian Wilkes into a tie atop the trainer standings with 4 wins, along with Todd Pletcher, and it just continues to have a great meet during this fall meet with plenty to come. The clockers all over it as well on today at Keeneland, and Chris Landeros coming from off the pace, the last man standing here with this gelding by American Freedom.
You know, there were some traffic troubles created by the 4 Shot Shell, who was very erratic and very unruly throughout, but I don't really think it had anything to do with the 1 Stand for Freedom. He was just the best here on the day. Carnival made that middle move, took over, looked like he could be home free, and just didn't have enough to kick home with Stand for Freedom.
The unofficial results for Keeneland's first race: number 1, Stand for Freedom, first. Number 3, Carnival, second. Number 10, Blocked, was third. And number 5, Creative Way, fourth. 1, 3, 10, 5, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Stand for Freedom, owned by Maple Lane Farm of Steve and Denise Conboy, trained by Ian Wilkes, the jockey Chris Landeros. Stand for Freedom, a 4-year-old gelded son of American Freedom, out of Round and Round We Go, by Elusive Quality, bred in Kentucky by Steve Conboy. Beard course about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 28.2 seconds. Results of the first official, 1, 3, 10, 5, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. The main track is fast, the turf good. Rail at 0 feet on the turf course today. In the second race, scratch the 9 Higginsville. Again, scratch number 9 Higginsville. Contrary to the program, the 10 Hot Wings is a gelding. 10 Hot Wings is a gelding. Third race, please note, number 4 Sticky Note is a gelding. Third race, number 4 Sticky Note is a gelding. Fourth race, scratch number 3, Promise of Hope. Scratch number 8, It Takes Heart. Fourth race, scratch number 3, Promise of Hope. And scratch number 8, It Takes Heart. Race 5, scratch the 1, Dream Fly. And scratch the 11, Medallia Forever. That's race 5. Scratch the 1, Dream Fly. And scratch the 11, Medallia Forever. Your attention, please. A late jockey change in Keeneland's second race. The jockey for number 4, Cajun Fool, will be Colby Hernandez. Late jockey change in Keeneland's second race. The jockey for number 4, Cajun Fool, will be Colby Hernandez.
Race number 2, 20 minutes to post, and no surprise that the number 5 horse, Gillies West, is the current favorite right now, as this filly by Nyquist debuts for trainer, owner, breeder Wesley Ward, across the board involved with this chestnut filly's breeding and obviously now racing career. And one of the bigger stats that you'll see in all of the sport when it comes to trainers is Wesley Ward debuting in maiden claiming events. 38% of the time they win. That's about as big of a win percentage as you'll see in thoroughbred horse racing on the trainer side of things. So he knows where to spot them. And that seems such a basic principle when it comes to being a trainer, but that's so much of your responsibility. But he knows when to debut them in maiden claimers, and they win so often. So Gillies West in that situation, being put in that spot here to debut for a maiden $75,000 tag.
And Scott, when it is, as this one is, a homebred, you know exactly what you've got invested from day one along the way. So you can also afford to make some moves where others might not be able to make the same sorts of moves when there are other prices involved in the acquisition of the horse. So I actually favor in maiden claiming races homebreds in general, because I think that obviously if they really thought they were not up to that level, they would run in a softer spot. And if they thought they were better and didn't want to even risk losing them, they would have them in a higher level. I think it gives you some more flexibility. She looks great, by the way. She looks fit. That's what you would expect with Wesley's coming over here. He's done it so many times with first-time starters in general, and now you factor in the maiden claiming angle. It's very hard to look past. I would also add that very few that have raced previously in this race have shown enough to make them choices over the unknown, and in this case, Gillies West looks deserving of the low price.
And Wesley Ward just one off the pace in that trainer standings. He's in that group of 3 now that remain with 3 wins. Just 1 win away from Todd Pletcher and Ian Wilkes, who's now tied things up after race number 1 here with 4 wins at the top of the trainer standings. So this certainly a crucial any of these races are crucial points in the trainer-jockey standings, but this would move him into a tie atop the standings, a three-way tie at that. We go to the number 7 horse next, Andy's Candy for Chris Hartman, my second choice. One run in a maiden special weight. He got bet a little bit that day. He was just shy of 5-1, ran even, drops in for 75,000, picking this spot out here today at 7-2. With all the success that Wesley's had, these are the types of horses that make it difficult to win in maiden claiming races, because you've got class droppers just about each and every time.
Absolutely.
And they always seem to, the expectations have to be that they're going to run better because they're moving down in the competition level.
For sure. And let's face it, Andy's Candy didn't get out of the gate very quickly, but there's no reason to believe he won't improve in his second start. So if he breaks a little bit more sharply and has a little softer pace, a little less work to do because of the claiming price here versus maiden special weight, then he's very live. He's 7-2, the second choice, and here he's the logical second choice. He's done more than anybody else who has raced previously, and he wouldn't shock me if he runs a big race. If Gillies West has a little trouble at the gate or doesn't run the way everybody anticipates her to, this is the logical horse.
The 12 Patriot Hills also takes that same drop in class. Now, his debut effort was not near as good as the number 7 horse, but talked about this yesterday with the Brendan Walsh filly that was going 2 turns for the first time. Anytime I see a horse that, especially 2-year-olds, that in their first career start draw post 1 and just lose position early, so often when they get off the rail at whether it's the next start or a few starts down the line, just depending on how the pills are drawn that determine the post positions in these races, they just run better. They're out in the clear. They're not up against the rail. And so I think that you've got to respect Patriot Hills because of that, and also the drop in class that she takes today.
And I go to the 1 Salming, who does have a tricky post to overcome for his debut. But boy, he's got a nice pedigree by Bernardini out of More Than Ready, Mere Ready to Tango. A big, good-looking colt who was a Keeneland September sale purchase for $30,000. So perhaps a bargain, particularly when you look at the breeding, and when you consider that now running from maiden $75,000 with a $30,000 investment through the sales ring, sure, this makes a lot of sense. You could pick up a win. Even if you lose the horse, you've made money overall. But also important to me, Salming's been showing really fast works in the morning, and particularly out of the starting gate. For Cairo Karamari, though he doesn't necessarily win that often with first-time starters, when he debuts horses in maiden claiming races, that percentage goes up to 17%. So there are some real positives with the 1 Salming. Hopefully he can get out of the gate as quickly from the rail in prime time as he does in the morning.
Race number 2, less than 14 minutes to post, starts the first of 2 pick 4 opportunities today at Keeneland. Start of the early pick 4, race 2.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's fourth race, a late jockey change in the fourth event. In race 4, the 2 Rocks Princess, the jockey Mitchell Merle. Fourth race, number 2 Rocks Princess, the jockey Mitchell Merle. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, maiden claiming event, 2-year-olds with a claiming price of $75,000. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 9 Higginsville. Number 9 Higginsville is scratched. Jockey for the 4 Cajun Fool will be Colby Hernandez. 4 Cajun Fool, the jockey Colby Hernandez. And a reminder, contrary to the program, the 10 Hot Wings is a gelding. 10 Hot Wings is a gelding. Double, pick 3, and start of the early pick 4. Fast track, turf listed good today. Post time at 5 minutes for race 2.
Here's a look at Salming to start off our front side coverage. 12-1 on the board. They opt to run this horse in a $75,000 claiming event. Now, do keep in mind, he would have been eligible for one of those auction restricted races that we run earlier this week here at Keeneland, but they opt for this spot and obviously ends up being an easier spot in a maiden $75,000. I think worth a look in here with the workouts that he's coming into this debut effort with, and getting Joel Rosario certainly adds to the positive side of the story.
Joel's had a big smile on his face since the time he came out there, and this horse has a nice energy level. He's feeling really good. He's been on the bridle. He's really well balanced. He's a big, good-looking individual who has that strong, square shoulder and hindquarters that suggest speed, and certainly the workout pattern reflects that as well. I think the thing he has to overcome is the inside post position. So that can be a little daunting for a first-time starter, but he looks like he's the mature type that could handle it.
Back to Wesley Ward's filly, Gillies West. She's taking on the boys. By taking on the boys, she gets a 3-pound weight break, and that was one of the things that Wesley mentioned to me in a conversation in the paddock is he likes to do that with fillies. He mentions Johnny Velasquez able to make the weight, which is key, and one of the best to ever do it in the saddle, Johnny Velasquez. And he also mentioned about how breeding this horse allows them to place them where they want to, and he said she's quick. So look for quickness. Not a surprise there from the Wesley Ward barn when she leaves the starting gate.
No, she's a petite filly as far as comparison to some of the colts that she's in with, but she's another one that's real correct and looks really fast. So doesn't surprise me that he said that. The 10, Hot Wings, was the third of the horses that really caught my eye on the paddock. Look how racy this one looks. Son of Cupid makes his debut here for Nacho Correas. Not the type of barn that gears them up first time out, but he is a gelding, and it looks like he's had a lot of works to get ready. He looks very fit.
Vince Chaminade in the saddle, currently 31-1. Pick 4 begins here. Early pick 4, over $132,000 in the pool. This a main track event for 2-year-olds, maiden $75,000 claimer, going 6 furlongs at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Chili's West moves into line. Hot Wings comes forward. Now Stormy Mesa. Patriot Hill's the last one. Moves in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Chili's West. Chili's West right out for the lead. And Cruisin' and Boozin' moves up the inside. Second, Stormy Mesa. Third up on the outside. Cajun Fool away. Fourth, Storm and Love is fifth between Horses Tap Anchor. A lane off the rail. Moving up from sixth, Salming is in tight toward the rail. And seventh, Patriot Hills moves up a couple of spots far outside from the eighth position onto the far turn. Andy's Candy moves in the outer flow with that one from the ninth spot. The Rush is on is in 10th, and Hot Wings last of the 11, 22.65 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Chili's West, Stormy Mesa 1-2, separated by a neck around the far turn. A gap of 3 lengths. Cajun Fool, third by just a neck. Patriot Hills is fourth on the outside. Andy's Candy is fifth and still 7 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. Jilly's West inside. Stormy Mesa outside. That's the battle for the lead. 4 more lengths to Cajun Fool third. Andy's Candy fourth, then Patriot Hills. Here's Stormy Mesa getting the lead away from Jilly's West. Andy's Candy is a threat toward the outside, though. Stormy Mesa, Andy's Candy runs on. Stormy Mesa, Andy's Candy. Cajun Fool back toward the inside. Stormy Mesa trying to hold off Andy's Candy. Here's Andy's Candy, a final run coming after Stormy Mesa. Andy's Candy up to win it a neck on the line. Stormy Mesa second, Cajun Fool third. Salming came late for fourth.
Andy's Candy rallying from off the pace out in the center of the course as the speed came from the 5 Jilly's West, but she starts to back down, and hanging in there was Stormy Mesa, the 11 horse, just never really wanted to switch leads, even though Luis Saez was trying to get that done. The 7 horse able to stay straight and to the task and pull off this win here and start 2 of his career.
Very professional effort. I think experience paid off there. But note the 4th place finisher. That's the one. Salming did not get out of the gate very well from the inside. Had to check several different times and still running on at the end. That's a horse to mark for next time around. But the winner, second time out, Andy's Candy.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 7 Andy's Candy first, 11 Stormy Mesa second, 4 Cajun Fool third, 1 Salming fourth. 7-11-4-1 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 7-11-4-1, the official results. Into the winner's circle, the official winner of Keeneland's second race, number 7, Andy's Candy, owned by J.D. Thoroughbreds LLC of Jackie Slauson, owned also by Joey Keith Davis and Larry Romero, trained by Chris Hartman, jockey Francisco Arrieta. Andy's Candy, 2-year-old gelded son of Practical Joke out of In Gold Blood by My Golden Song, bred in Kentucky by Samuel Sherman. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 12.27 seconds. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Third race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track is fast, turf listed good today. A reminder in this third race, contrary to the program, the 4 sticky note is a gelding. 4 sticky note, a gelding. Fourth race, scratch number 3, Promise of Hope, and scratch the 8, It Takes Heart. Fourth race, scratch number 3, Promise of Hope, and scratch the 8, It Takes Heart. A reminder, the jockey for the 2, Rock's Princess, Mitchell Merle. Number 2, Rock's Princess, the jockey, Mitchell Merle. Race 5, scratch number 1, Dreamfly, and scratch the 11, Medallia Forever. Race 5, scratch number 1, Dreamfly, and scratch the 11, Medallia Forever.
Race number 3, 2-year-olds going a mile and a 16th. First wire finish here in this mile and a 16th. First level allowance condition optional $100,000 event. And Seize the Gray, the 3-horse, opens up as the odds-on favorite, 4-5 right now for Dwayne Lucas and My Racehorse. I've got Edified on top, the number 7 runner for Don Adams, Cortland Farms, a colt that they purchased for $650,000 last year at the September sale here at Keeneland. He was a debut winner, beat a horse named Liberal Arts who would win out of that. Django was third in that race. We'll see Django competing later on today here at Keeneland Racecourse. Then he hooked Rhyme Schemes in that dominant win by Rhyme Schemes in the Saratoga Special. And then his most recent start, he just walked out of the gate. I know the comment line says bumped at the start. He just walked away from the starting gate is what happened to me. It wasn't much of a bump in the Iroquois, which obviously is a tough group as well. So I think that if he can figure out the gate, and who better to sort things out than one of the greatest of all time as far as trainers, Steve Asmussen, I think a better performance looms today for Edified, who showed ability on debut.
I'm a little surprised his odds are this high. I think he's a top contender. I have him placed second. For my top pick, though, I went to the 6 Light Line for Brad Cox. I really thought this horse would be the favorite. And in terms of the daily doubles and pick 3s, he is the favorite. So that price might float down a bit to a point where he is favored over the 3 Seize the Gray before it's all said and done. But 2-1 is fair if you can get it on a colt who broke his maiden by 13 3/4 lengths. Now, granted, it was at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but it was going a mile, and that's not an easy task. He took the lead at a pretty early point in the race, and then it was a race against himself, and he just trounced the rest of the field, opening up by 6 and then adding 7 more to that margin. Definitely 2 turns. Out of a good mare, Upper Line, by City of Light. The stats are there for Brad Cox. We've talked about it. Tyler Gaffleone takes over the assignment here. I just think he has all the looks of the type of horse that could really run big here.
The 5 horses at 7-1, stretch ride for the West Point Thoroughbreds. This is a colt by Street Sense, trained by Dale Romans. He's 1-for-1 in his career. And I came up with this idea with this colt of their ability to acquire him out of a sale in Europe, Arcana, for $108,000. And my thought there was, and tell me if I'm crazy in thinking this, is looking at his pedigree. He's by Street Sense out of a Quality Road mare. We know that the international buyers travel a lot in acquiring horses in sales across the pond. Obviously, they come this way for the September sale and the November sale. But with that pedigree, Street Sense and Quality Road, I wonder if they were able to sort of sneak away with this horse because of the European market being geared towards turf horses and turf pedigrees. So to get this kind of pedigree at that price, it might have been a sneaky move by these connections.
It makes a lot of sense, and he was sneaky in that he won at high odds last time out. And I don't think, I mean, he's going to be a little overlooked here again at 7-1 currently, and I don't expect that price to go down much more. It was a good-looking effort. It was professional. He sat behind horses. He moved when he was asked, and he put the field away. I think there's no reason to believe that he can't be very effective around 2 turns, being by Street Sense.
Race number 3 is coming up next. Now even money on the number 3 horse, Seize the Gray, the favorites for Dwayne Lucas and My Racehorse. We'll see how the wagering unfolds in the coming minutes. I think that there is potential, as Caden has mentioned, for change, and we will update you that as we close in on post time. Race number 3 at Keeneland. 2-year-olds going a route at a mile and a 16th.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Milford Farm, mile and 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Allowance optional claiming race, the price $100,000. 2-year-olds here, double and pick 3 wagering featured. No scratches, no jockey changes in this third event. A reminder that number 4, Sticky Note, is a gelding. 4, Sticky Note, contrary to the program, is a gelding. Post time in 5 minutes.
Well, as expected, we've seen the tote board change and move towards light line. Now the favorite in this race, which is the expectations that many of us had coming into race number 3. We're looking at the 7-horse Edified for Steve Asmussen and Joel Rosario. He was feeling great down in the paddock, and he's carried that energy to the front side. We say this all the time. The Asmussen horses are always so well turned out. And Steve Asmussen commented to me about his start and lack thereof in the Iroquois. He said he just walked away from there, and if you watch that video replay, or you would have noticed that on the head-on at Churchill Downs. And he thinks that it may have been some of the fallout from what happened to him in the Saratoga Special, because he was slammed, he was bumped so hard in the start. There might have been that reluctance and just remembrance of that. So he said he wished he would have drawn a little bit better, not outside again like he was in that, as he's drawn outside here today. But if he can be fine with leaving the gate, this horse, to me, is a serious player. He says they have liked him all along. And remember, he's a horse that won very flashily on debut at Ellis back in the summer.
Well, he's beautifully bred. He's by Tapit, and he was a $650,000 sale, so you knew he was going to look good. But he looks tremendous, I will say. Beautifully turned out, but also a really nice energy. He was on his toes. He was sharp, but not over the top, not in any negative manner. I'm thinking that if he gets out of the gate, Scott, he could actually be on or very close to the lead, because when you really break down this field and look at it closely, though there are horses who have run on the lead, there aren't many horses that are really that fast. So the 7 Edified may be in a very good position. I actually think, though, the outside post position, though I respect what Steve had to say, is good in respect to not having any problems, anything on the outside that could bother you. So all he has to worry about is the horse to his inside not bothering him as far as bumping him out of the gate. And I also feel like if he doesn't get away well, it leaves Joel Rosario with some options. So the 7 definitely getting a check mark for the looks, and 7-2 is a nice price on him. The 5, Stretch Ride, was the other horse who really caught my eye and is not really getting much respect. He is 8-1. That's a great price for a horse who won first out at 3/4 of a mile. Coming out of that sprint race, he's naturally going to be close to the pace unless something weird happens. Martin Schwann has been riding for Dale Romans. His agent is Dale's son, and it seems as if he's had sort of the pick of the litter as far as some very, very good horses are concerned to get a chance to ride here. Rode Stretch Ride beautifully. Schwann was a top rider in his native country. He comes from Chile, the same country that Edgar Prado came from. And I'm told he is respected as much as Prado was in his time when he rode in his native country. And, of course, he is as good as they come. Now in retirement, Stretch Ride looked sensational on the track. Very focused, just a good-looking horse.
2 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Milford Farm. Moving into line for race 3. Sticky Note comes forward. Stretch Ride moves into line. Light Line into the gate. Edified, the last one. Edified moves into line. First wire at the post, and they are off. There's Astronomico from the inside. Stretch Ride between horses. Light Line up from the outside is up close to the early pace as well. Edified is out in the center of the racetrack. Astronomico will be the early leader, though, and slides over next to the rail as Stretch Ride goes second up on the outside as they swing around the first turn. Light Line is 3 wide around the turn in the third position. Ham Sandwich saves ground, moves up 2 spots from fourth into the second position. Edified is wide in fifth around the turn, 3 lengths off the early leader. Seize the Gray is sixth. Sticky Note is seventh and last, running about 8 to 9 lengths behind the second last horse. 23.5 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Astronomico, Stretch Ride, Light Line far outside. That's the top 3, separated by just a half length. Ham Sandwich is fourth down toward the inside ahead. Seize the Gray, fifth between horses and neck. Edified is next up on the outside, still a long way back to Sticky Note, who is last after an opening half mile in 47.56 seconds. Over to the far turn, Astronomico is the leader, has it by a half length. Stretch Ride is second by a half length. And Light Line again to the far outside, caught wide on the turn once again, but moves up from third into second. And now Stretch Ride has the lead. Light Line is second. A neck separates that pair as Astronomico drops back. Seize the Gray and Edified are side by side, third and fourth respectively, already past the quarter pole to the top of the short stretch. That pair 7 lengths from the lead. They turn for home. Stretch Ride a short lead. Light Line takes aim from the outside. Coming into the final furlong, Stretch Ride is the leader and has it out to a length and a half. Now 2 lengths. Light Line is second, then a gap of 7 more lengths back to Seize the Gray. It is Stretch Ride coming to the finish. Martin Chuan aboard. Stretch Ride wins it. It was Light Line home second. Seize the Gray was third, and Ham Sandwich was fourth.
Well, Stretch Ride able to dash away from the 6-horse Light Line, who was within range, but not for long as they come to the finish line. And West Point Thoroughbreds found themselves a gem over in Europe. A colt by Street Sense, who's now 2 for 2 in his career.
Little green through the stretch, and I must correct myself. Martin Chuan hails from the same country as Edgar Prado, Peru, but they have a nice one underneath them. Does the Chuan Campus Stretch Ride really delivers. I thought both the first and second place finishers getting a little tired toward the end, but boy, showing their courage when all was said and done. They're both horses to keep an eye on.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third: number 5, Stretch Ride first, number 6, Light Line second, number 3, Seize the Gray was third, and number 1, Ham Sandwich was fourth. 5, 6, 3, 1, those results unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Milford Farm number 5 Stretch Ride, the official winner, as the results are now official. 5-6-3-1 official. Number 5 Stretch Ride is owned by West Point Thoroughbreds LLC of Terry Finley, trained by Dale Romans. Martine Chuan, the winning jockey. Stretch Ride, a 2-year-old son of Street Sense, out of Q Go Girl by Quality Road, bred in Kentucky by Jackpot Farm. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 46.34 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Milford Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Stretch Ride. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, featuring double and pick 3 wagering. The main track is listed fast today. The turf listed good. The rail at 0 feet on the turf course. In this fourth race, scratch number 3, Promise of Hope, and scratch the 8, It Takes Heart. Again, scratch 3, Promise of Hope, and scratch 8, It Takes Heart. Jockey for the 2, Rocks Princess, Mitchell Merle. 2, Rocks Princess, Mitchell Merle, the jockey. Race 5, scratch number 1, Dreamfly, and scratch the 11, Medallia Forever. That's race 5, scratch the 1, Dreamfly, and scratch 11, Medallia Forever. Sixth race, scratch the 7, Play It Loud, scratch the 9, No Judgment, and scratch the 12, Dive Bomber. That's in the sixth race. Scratch 7, Play It Loud, scratch the 9, No Judgment, and scratch the 12, Dive Bomber. A reminder, contrary to the program, the 11 Nuevo Empire is a Ridgeling. 11 Nuevo Empire is a Ridgeling.
Race number 4, $62,000 claiming event, 6.5 furlongs. The distance starts another double and rolling pick 3. There's the number 6 horse at 5-1. Coexist for owner Roger Snow and trainer Grant Forrester. Winner last time out at an upset price of nearly 12-1 over at Churchill Downs in a starter allowance race. They bring this filly back into the same competition level as far as from a starter to $62,500 claimer. I think that that's a very equal and it might be considered a slight drop down in class. But I think the distance more than anything for this filly is what they're looking for in running her here today. I think that she ultimately is a much better chance than what 5-1 is telling you, but I'll take 5-1 all day long on a filly that was 12-1 on the morning line, daughter of Creative Cause, who's done her best work this year at the age of 3. She only did start once last year, to be fair, at the age of 2, and that was on turf, but she's much better as of late, especially. So Coexist for me, looking for back-to-back wins in her career.
Okay, a few of my horses scratched, so I am going to use that one as my third choice, but my top choice is going to remain as was the case from the very beginning, and that is the 9, with all the scratches, Street Jam, who can give Corey Lannery his 5,000th career victory. He has been sitting on this milestone for quite a long time, but he's only had sparing opportunities to get it done. Ian Wilkes here, he gets the call from. He just missed by a neck last time out, did Street Jam, or she, I should say. And the way Ian Wilkes' barn has been going, it would make sense. This would be his second win of the day. I also like the fact that she showed a different dimension, sitting close to a very fast pace last out. I thought it was a wake-up call for her moving turf to dirt, and I think the type of effort she can build on.
Moving to the number 1 horse, or the 10, we'll start there. The 10, Shell Shock for Steve Asmussen. He claimed this horse off of Chris Hartman and Flatland Racing Stable back in August at Ellis, coming off of 2 months since that claim and since that race. But she's run well at starter ranks. She's run well going a mile, 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs. So she's an adaptable mare in here, daughter of American Pharaoh. She's just 2 for 26 in her career. A lot of seconds and thirds, 12 combined seconds and thirds. But I think it has to be respected with that outside draw here today at 10-1.
Very nice price on her for sure. The 1, Willow Bend, on the rail is real interesting, and good odds too at 6-1. Just went to Greg Foley's barn, and Irad Ortiz gets the assignment. This is a class drop for sure. The filly has been competing on the turf in stakes company and higher allowance company. She hasn't done much work lately on the main track, but if you look all the way back to 2022, last fall, she was able to break her maiden going 7 furlongs at Churchill in maiden special weight company. That puts her in a pretty good group, and she did it the right way with just kind of that stalking, just off the pace type of trip. She doesn't have to be as far out of it as she has been on the turf. I think she'll like this move back to the dirt. She's by Flatter out of a Distorted Humor mare, so she's got a nice pedigree. Willow Bend, for me, at 6-1, is among the top contenders.
Race number 4, 6.5 furlongs on the fast main track. And the current favorite is the number 9 horse and should become post time, Street Jam, for Ian Wilkes and Corey Lannery. You've got less than 13 minutes to get your wagers in for race 4 here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, a claiming race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. Claiming price $62,500. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch number 3, Promise of Hope. And scratch number 8, It Takes Heart. A reminder, the jockey for the 2, Rocks Princess, Mitchell Merle. Post time in 7 minutes.
Less than 6 minutes to post race number 4, Street Jam, Corey Lanery. Could this be the one to give jockey Corey Lanery career win number 5,000? The majority feel it's the case, and boy, she does have a big opportunity here to give Corey Lanery his 5,000th career victory.
She's kind of got a look about her, and I have to believe if the race last time at Churchill on September 29th had been 6.5 furlongs instead of 6, we might not be having this conversation. He would have gotten 5,000 by now. It was only beaten a knack last out. Filly's warming up nicely. She looks beautiful, just as many of Ian Wilkes' horses have done. It's been a great meet for Wilkes, and it could keep going and get even better for Corey Lanery.
Also, a side note, we've got some wind and rain in the area, so if you're seeing that, if you're watching at home, we've had a light rain, and it seems to have tapered off here in the blink of an eye, so some conditions with some moisture coming from the sky here at the moment, but hopefully it quickly evacuates the area. The number 9 horse is the current favorite, as you can continue to see warming up on the screen.
The other horse that caught my eye was the 7. You got to have fun. She's in for a tag for the first time, a claiming price for the first time, and that's a pretty good drop. And keep in mind, she was able to break her maiden and maiden special weight company and win a 2 other than allowance, skipping conditions. Now, these were lesser circuits, B circuits, or even C circuits, arguably, as compared to an A circuit today. But still, she was racing well, won 2 in a row at the very highest level that was offered for the location. She's well-bred. She really has the look of a nice filly. By No Nay Never out of a Galileo mare. You would have thought turf might have done the trick for her, but it did not at Saratoga. Maybe just a little too tough. She could fit in this spot, and she looks the part. Very sharp and a very good price at 9-1.
Race number 4 coming up next to Keeneland. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. Moving into line for the fourth. Charriere moves into line. Here's Street Jam. Maltai goes in. Shell Shock, the last one. At the post. And they're off. Poor start for Rock's Princess, who will have to spot the field several lengths. There goes Shell Shock for the lead. There's Charriere as well. Maltai is between horses. You got to have fun is up close in the opening strides as well. Street Jam is right there in fifth. Now moving up fourth. Shell Shock dropping back one spot. And then Willow Bend is back toward the inside into sixth position. Coexist is seventh in a gap of nearly a dozen more lengths back to Rock's Princess after that slow beginning. Opening quarter, 23.13 seconds. Onto the far turn. Charriere is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Maltai is second between horses, a half length. Street Jam will be wide on the far turn in third position. And then Willow Bend is fourth down toward the inside. Shell Shock is fifth, running 5 lengths off the lead, then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Coexist as they come for the top of the stretch. Charriere is the leader, leads at a length and a half. Maltai second. Willow Bend in behind horses, looking for running room, may find it now from third. Street Jam is fourth, out toward the center of the track, and here comes Willow Bend after Charriere, moving inside the 8th pole. Street Jam is third, still 5 lengths away, and Charriere still has the lead, and Willow Bend is still second. Charriere, 16th to go, has the lead by 2 to Willow Bend. Charriere, Willow Bend, then Street Jam third. It is Charriere and Willow Bend 1-2. Charriere, Joe Talamo to win it. Willow Bend was home second. Street Jam was across the line in third, and Maltai was fourth.
Charriere putting the slip on him early here today, back on dirt, very speedy away from the gate, and kept on going under Joe Talamo for Andrew McKeever. That's win 3 of this Congrats Fillies career.
And that's the second win of the meet for McKeever. Talamo had to work to secure the lead in those first few jumps, but once he did, his filly got brave, and she just keeps on trucking. The one Willow Bend tried, but to no avail. And little range to get you excited from the 9th Street Jam, but in the end she kind of faltered and was distant third.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: number 4, Charriere was first. Number 1, Willow Bend second. Number 9, Street Jam third. Number 5, Mautai fourth. 4195 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 4, Charriere, owned by Papillon Stables of Jim Parrish and trained by Andrew McKeever, Joe Talamo, the jockey, and the results are now official. Charriere, a 3-year-old filly by Congrats out of Run On By Lemon Drop Kid, bred in Texas by Stoneview Farm Incorporated. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 18.04 seconds. Results are official, 4195. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering offered here. It's also the start of the pick 6, no carryover. And start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Main track is listed fast, the turf listed good. The temporary rail is down, rail at 0 feet for the turf course today. In race 5, scratch the 1 Dreamfly and scratch the 11 Medallia Forever. Again, scratch number 1 Dreamfly and scratch the 11 Medallia Forever. Sixth race, scratch the 7 Play It Loud. Scratch the 9 No Judgment. And scratch the 12 Dive Bomber. That's the sixth race. Scratch number 7 Play It Loud. Scratch the 9 No Judgment. And scratch the 12 Dive Bomber. A reminder, number 11 Nuevo Empire is a Ridgeling. Contrary to the program, the 11 Nuevo Empire is a Ridgeling. Seventh race, scratch the 8 out of deductions, scratch the 11 February Sun, scratch number 12 Microphone, and scratch number 14 Over the Channel. That's in the seventh race, scratch number 8 out of deductions, scratch the 11 February Sun, scratch the 12 Microphone, and scratch 14 Over the Channel. A reminder, number 13 will run. Number 13, 7 Charms, draws into the race. Eighth race, scratch the 1 Stellar Lily. That's in the 8th race, scratch number 1, Stellar Lily. 9th race, the featured Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, Grade 1, presented by Dixiana. Scratch number 3, Safine. Scratch the 5, Be Your Best. Scratch the 9, Heavenly Sunday. And scratch the 11, Prerequisite. That's the featured 9th race. Scratch number 3, Safine. Scratch the 5, Be Your Best. Scratch number 9, Heavenly Sunday. And scratch 11, Prerequisite. A reminder, number 13 will run. 13, Freitas the Red, draws into the race. 10th and final event, scratch number 3, Gano. Scratch the 4, Curly Jack. Scratch the 5, Tartufo. Also scratch number 8, Sakil. And scratch the 11, He's a Mess. 10th and final race, scratch number 3, Gano. Scratch 4, Curly Jack. Scratch 5, Tartufo. Scratch number 8, Sakil. Scratch number 11, He's a Mess. A reminder, number 13 will run. Number 13, Airtime, draws into the race. Main track is fast, turf good.
Race number 5, first turf race of the afternoon, starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, which is made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Our featured race, the Dixiana, the Grade 1, Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana Farms. And here's a horse owned by Dixiana Farms, King's Secret, the number 8 horse, a Kingman filly who adds blinkers today. She stretches out to the furthest distance that she has been asked to do at this point in her career. I think she moves forward because of that. The blinkers on is, I think, a plus or a positive can be viewed at that, especially here today versus this group. And also with that pedigree, she's by Kingman, one of the best stallions in Europe. Dixiana Farms, they focus their attention on finding quality grass pedigrees and grass runners, and I truly think that they've got a good one on their hands here, and we might see the best effort from her to date, going a mile and an eighth especially. I got her on top. She's 4-1.
People must have heard you liked her, because her price is down from 10-1 on the morning line to currently 4-1. She makes a lot of sense with the addition of blinkers for that strong combination of Tyler Gaffalione and Brendan Walsh. For my top choice, I went to the 9. That's Heckled, who has been bridesmaid in 3 straight races where it did look as if she had opportunity to win. But she was only favored in one of those, and she did have some mild excuses in each of the races, especially last out at Kentucky Downs. She was running against the way the track played. The track was pretty kind to front runners. She had to come from off of it. It was a mile. I think the mile and an eighth arguably could be the best distance for her, because she doesn't want to be run off her feet in the early stages. I think she fits with these. I think she's also going to handle some give in the ground, because she actually ran a very good race at Delaware Park with the ground soft. Keep in mind that though we have had some rain, it was about 0.32 inches before 11 o'clock this morning. And then that mild sprinkling didn't really change things at all, Scott. We've had no rain prior to this for several days, almost a week. So as far as the course condition is concerned, I think it's a true good turf course.
I would 100% agree with that. The number 3 horse, Zippadoo, is the current slight favorite. Now just click down to 3-1 from 7-2. There she is, being saddled up by Graham Motion, bred and owned by the Wertheimers, and a filly by Ghost Sapper, who's run on synthetic and turf, and her 2 turf runs have been by far and away her best.
Yeah, she's my second choice, and I thought those second-place finishes could easily be firsts with just a little bit more experience. Second start back off the layoff. She was the beaten favorite last out. The times haven't been lightning fast, but she's shown steady progression, and that's what you like to see. And when you see Graham Motion go to Flavien Pratt, it probably speaks volumes as well. For third, I went to the 2 Catmint, who at one time was favored. She's currently up to 4-1. This is a Juddmonte homebred by Kitten's Joy, who ran a very good second at Churchill against the same level. She's another that's steadily improving, but I think she does her best running coming from off the pace. She might be a little bit up against it. She'll need to get lucky and really like the course and continue to improve off that last effort, but definitely within her wheelhouse.
This is a great way to start another Keeneland Turf Pick 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse. You can see how evenly spread the money is in the wind pools, which means it should be a very good proposition to get involved in the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Also, race number 5 starts today's Pick 6, so many of opportunities here beginning in race number 5 on this 10-race card. Good luck. Race number 5 coming up, our first turf race of the afternoon.
Dixiana is pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Dixiana will judge the horses in the paddock prior to each of the Dixiana named races and present the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with a $500 cash award. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Secretariat Center. Maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile and 1/8 over the turf listed good today. Rail at 0 feet. Double, pick 3, pick 6, and the Keeneland Turf pick 3 all begin here. Scratch the 1 Dream Fly and scratch the 11 Medallia Forever. Post time coming up in just 7 minutes.
There's a look at the number 2 horse, Cat Mint, who is 9-2 right now on the board. Second time going this distance. Good pedigree here, and we'll have more on this race in a moment.
The winner of the Dixiana Best Turned Out Award for the 5th race, Kevin Torres, the groom for number 2, Cat Mint. Kevin, congratulations.
And right back to that Best Turned Out. She's a pretty filly, and even look at her tail. You can see some white up near her rear end there, and just a lovely filly. Well done to the Judmont team and Brad Cox and his team for the Best Turned Out for race number 5.
Yeah, I concur. She has these floppy ears, and she takes, and they're almost like antenna that are taking in everything around her, but a big, lanky, long-backed type that I think is going to love the 1 mile and 1/8. She ran very well at it last time out, but it seems like the longer the better for this daughter of Kitten's Joy, who does make a beautiful appearance out on the track.
The number 9 horse is Heckled from the First Dam Speckled, and that makes her a half-sister to Pixelate, a stakes-winning millionaire for the Godolphin operation, and we'll see if she can break through here today. She has steadily knocked on the door. She gets Joelle Rosario back aboard. Joelle hasn't ridden her since her second start, which was the spring of this year here at Keeneland Racecourse.
4 straight second-place finishes, but I do think that a little given the ground, the good turf course, flatters her. I think she can handle it. I also think she won't be too far off the pace, which I think is a good thing. With the given the ground, I think you don't want to leave yourself so much work. She was feisty when she was in the saddling enclosure, kind of kicking up her heels, but she settled down beautifully and has warmed up like a pro.
The 5-horse English Treasure, if you're looking for a long shot, she just might be the one. She's a 5-year-old daughter of English Channel. I've said this time and time again. Sons and daughters of English Channel, that champion sire, the late English Channel, they seem to get better with age. Now, This is start 12 of her career. She's yet to break her maiden, but they continue to try her in these maiden special weight races, and you can see why. I think at some point she's going to break through.
She was only beaten a couple lengths by Catmint in her most recent start, and in 2 prior tries at Keeneland, she's collected 2 second-place finishes. The mile and an eighth, though she's 0 for 4, has been where she's run some of her better races. So I do think this gives her some ground to work with, and the good ground is no concern. She actually led most of the way of a 1 3/16 race before finishing second the fall of 2021.
And then the 8-horse King Secret still getting plenty of attention, 4-1 right now, carrying the white and emerald green of Dixiana Farms. This is a horse that Tom Leach went to for his long shot pick of the day this morning on Today at Keeneland. We'll see how she fares stretching out with that European pedigree daughter of Kingman.
She's bet down from 10-1 on the morning line. The addition of Blinkers, Brendan Walsh, and Tyler Gaffleone teaming up.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Secretariat Center, start of the pick 6 and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. Boltoro moves in. English Treasure, King's Secret, moving into line. Heckled comes forward. Southampton Dock, the last one. Moves in. They're at the post. And they're off. Zippadoo bounds out for the early lead, but has company. Here comes King's Secret from the outside and Animal Fries in between that pair. And then Catmint back toward the inside as they head down for the first turn. Southampton Dock going to move up into the 5th position. Meanwhile, Animal Fries comes away with the lead, gets over to the rail, leads it by a length. King's Secret goes second. Catmint is 3rd toward the inside. Southampton Dock is 4th up on the outside. Zippadoo is 5th in between horses as they round the first turn. Blessing the Flag is 6th against the rail. Heckled alongside that one at 7th. English Treasure is in 8th, and Boltoro is last of the 9. Animal Fries is the leader opening quarter. 23.84 seconds. Animal Fries opens up here on a 5-length lead, headed up the back stretch. Now that battle for second starts to close in. King's Secret now just 2 lengths off the lead, comes out of that crowd into the 2nd position, 3/4 of a length. Southampton Dock is 3rd up on the outside. Catmint 4th back toward the rail, a 1/2 length. Zippadoo between horses. Heckled on the outside is 6th from the front. Blessing the Flag, English Treasure, Boltoro at the back, 47.96 seconds for the first half mile. Animal Fries leads King's Secret only by a half length. King's Secret starts to move up a little closer now to the outside. Cat Mint hugs the rail, moves up into third, a length and a half off the leader. Zippadoo is fourth. Heckled called on for run now. Swings to the far outside. Zippadoo and Heckled have to go to the center of the course. Southampton Dock then blessing the flag. They turn for home. Animal Fries King's Secret 1-2. Heckled and Zippadoo. Cat Mint fifth back toward the rail. Here's Heckled down the far outside. Coming after King's Secret. Zippadoo, and then Cat Mint back toward the inside. Zippadoo pokes ahead in front. Cat Mint up the rail. Zippadoo has the lead. Cat Mint is there toward the inside along with King's Secret. Then Heckled. It is Zippadoo. Flavien Pratt to win it. Going to be close for second. It will either be English Treasure or King's Secret for that runner-up spot.
Well, Zippadoo getting the victory here today for Graham Motion, and Flavien Pratt tracking off the pace. She had the 8-horse out in front of her, King's Secret, who sat just off the pace setter, and she actually comes back a little bit down to the inside of the 3, but you can see the momentum the 3 had carried and kicked on, and gets a nice victory here, and a good rally from the 5 to potentially get second in the end.
It's very, very tight. Adam Biscuitza had to wait a long time to get that room to run through the stretch, but boy, English Treasure kicks nicely here. Zippadoo really showed some bravery, though, was in close quarters at one point. Very compact horse who was very handy there to respond for Flavien Pratt.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 3, Zippadoo, finished first. Number 8, King's Secret, was second. Number 5, English Treasure, third. Number 9, Heckled, was fourth. 3, 8, 5, 9, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Secretariat Center, the unofficial winner. Number 3, Zippadoo. The winner owned and bred in Kentucky by the brothers Wertheimer, Alon and Gerard. The trainer is Graham Motion and the jockey Flavien Pratt. Zippadoo, 3-year-old filly by Ghost Zapper out of Sarek by Arch. Gets the 1 1/8 over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 50.22 seconds. Results of Keeneland's fifth race official. 3:8:59, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Secretariat Center Trophy presentation. Luis and Coy Martinez, representing Dixiana, present to the connections of Zipidoo. Keeneland sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Also a start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast. Turf is good. Rail at 0 feet on the turf course. In this sixth race, scratch number 7, Play It Loud. Scratch the 9, No Judgment. And scratch the 12, Dive Bomber. Again, scratch the 7, Play It Loud. Scratch the 9, No Judgment. And scratch the 12, Dive Bomber. A reminder, contrary to the program, number 11, Nuevo Empire, is a Ridgeling. 11, Nuevo Empire, a Ridgeling. Seventh race, scratch number 8, out of deductions. Scratch the 11, February Sun. Scratch the 12, Microphone. And scratch 14, Over the Channel. That's in the seventh race. Scratch number 8, out of deductions. Scratch the 11, February Sun. Scratch the 12, Microphone. Scratch 14, Over the Channel. A reminder, number 13, 7 Charms, draws into the race. Number 13, 7 Charms will run. Eighth race, scratch the 1, Stellar Lily. Eighth race, scratch number 1, Stellar Lily. Featured ninth race, Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Grade 1, presented by Dixiana. Scratch number 3, Safine. Scratch the 5, Be Your Best. Scratch 9, Heavenly Sunday. And scratch 11, Prerequisite. That's the featured ninth race. Scratch number 3, Safine. Scratch the 5, Be Your Best. Scratch number 9, Heavenly Sunday. And scratch 11, Prerequisite. A reminder, number 13, Freitas the Red, draws into the race. 13, Freitas the Red will run. 10th and final race. Scratch number 3, Gano. Scratch 4, Curly Jack. Scratch 5, Tartufo. Also scratch the 8, Sakil. Scratch the 11, He's a Mess. 10th and final race. Scratch number 3, Gano. Scratch 4, Curly Jack. Scratch 5, Tartufo. Scratch 8, Sakil. And scratch 11, He's a Mess. A reminder, number 13, Airtime, draws into the race. 13, Airtime will run.
Race number 6 started the late pick 5 today at Keeneland. These are 2-year-old maidens at a mile and a 16th. First wire finish in race number 6. Dornoch 1-2 at one point not long ago was opened up at 1-4. So is the heavy favorite and will be the heavy favorite in this 6th event, and get some help with one of the key scratches being what would have been one of his main competitors, the number 12 horse Dive Bomber, also scratched the 9 and 7 working in reverse order. But here's a colt by Good Magic, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale last year, who's a full brother. This is the full brother to the Kentucky Derby winner, Mage. And a reminder that this colt's mother, Puka, the mother of Mage, will be offered at the upcoming Keeneland November sale, pregnant to Good Magic, carrying a full sibling to both Dornoch and the Grade 1 Kentucky Derby winner, Mage. So Dornoch, he's run 2 good races thus far. They tried him against Stakes Company in his most recent start as a maiden. Had not won a race going in there, but he was still the favorite, and the horse that beat him, Noted, would come out of there, and last weekend on Sunday finished second in the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes. So he's got a lot going for him. The pedigree, 2 good races, and also Noted in that run line that flattered him with his performance in the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes.
And I think, Scott, all other things being equal, horses who have experience around 2 turns are going to have an advantage over the horses who don't have experience around 2 turns. Dornoch ran admirably, finishing second in the Sapling to Noted. I know that it was disappointing as he was the favorite, but I thought he was forced to make an early move, I think maybe as a result of coming out of the sprint. So the fact that he has that race under his belt will perhaps put him a little bit more leveled going into the first turn in the early stages of this race, but he has enough natural speed to be up close and not have to work as hard. You just want to see him more dialed down in the early stages and able to wait longer to be asked for his best run. I think if that happens here, and with Luis Saez back on board, you know it's very possible, then he is going to be very tough to beat. That said, there are other horses who could take real big steps forward. So, 1-2 makes me just a little leery, but he definitely is my top choice here.
Django, the full horse, he's 5-1 right now. His 3 races, 1 sprint, couple of route runs. Last time out, had an outside post at Churchill Downs. He gets further to the inside, and I think that's a big plus for this horse. If he can hold some position down on the inside with Julien Leperoux, he's got races, any one of his races, that make him a serious competitor in here to spring up a very mild upset as the second choice, Django the 4.
Yeah, I thought both Kenny's horses were interesting, but the 6 Greer's Ferry is similar to Django in that he has tried 2 turns, albeit on the turf, didn't fare as well on the grass, now moves back to the dirt where he ran credibly to finish second at Ellis Park, sitting a stalking trip. He was well beaten by the winner at big odds, but ran second and continues to improve. So the move back from turf to dirt, combined with that experience here, makes Greer's Ferry, in my opinion, a contender. I'm almost thinking it's an advantage to be a little outside the favorite because Rosario will be able to keep him in his sights.
We'll go over to the 3-horse Lat Long, the other one for Kenny McPeak, Walking L Thoroughbreds, a Keeneland September sale graduate from last year. He sprinted in his only start. That was at Churchill, going 7 furlongs. Had a decent position, 5th off the pace, and only beaten a length and 3/4, so he made up some position in that run and has the pedigree to suggest that stretching out to a further run should be a positive move for him at odds of right now 6-1.
All Kenny McPeak's horses have been running very credibly, and I think that the 3 Lat Long could definitely take a big step up and merits respect in here. Both of the horses do. But for the 3rd choice, I went to the 5, Allied Victory, kind of a long shot play. But the equipment change here on the Son of Omaha Beach, I think, could change things up quite a bit. Kind of ran evenly in his last race, which was around 2 turns at Churchill, going the mile and a 16th. To me, he's set up for a big step forward. The first race he ran in at Ellis Park turned out to be pretty tough in retrospect. Liberal Arts and Otto the Conqueror, both very solid contenders. And I think since that last race at Churchill, with some works here at Keeneland, he's going to be a little bit fitter than maybe some of the others that don't have the benefit of the experience over the track. Ben Colbert tends to be patient with his young horses, so I would expect big improvement here, especially with the addition of blinkers.
These are some big young 2-year-olds. Just getting a close-up look at them down here in the paddock. We're 11 minutes away from race number 6, where the number 2 horse Dornock continues to be the hot favorite at 1-2. The full brother to the Kentucky Derby winner Mage. Again, his mother Puka will be sold at the upcoming Keeneland November sale.
The ladies over here. I got a blow. Thank you. Thank you, you too.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. The Calumet maiden special weight 2-year-olds had a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast, turf good today. In this 6th race, scratch the 7, play it loud. Also scratch the 9 No Judgment and scratch the 12 Dive Bomber. A reminder, the 11 Nuevo Empire is a Ridgelink contrary to the program. Post time coming up in 5 minutes.
Looking at the number 4s, Django for Kenny McPeek, and Julian Leperoux gets to ride here today. This is the first time that Julian will ride this colt in start 4 of his career. Kenny McPeek telling me that he hopes that there's some pace out in front of him, which means we'll expect him to potentially come from off the pace here today if, in fact, that's what ends up happening as far as the expectations from his trainer, Kenny McPeek.
I like the way this horse looked on the track. He's a very scopy, big colt who looks like he could take a little time to put it together, but look how he floats over the ground in the warm-up and does it really nicely. He's very easy-going, and I kind of thought that in the paddock, too. Just a horse that I think has a lot of potential. So if you're looking for something other than the favorite, I thought he was interesting. I do see that he is going to need some luck, something to happen up front for him, because it sure looks like he does his best running from off the pace. But he was still able to be second last time out. So the 4 Django kind of gets a check mark for looks alone. The 6 Greer's Ferry is another one that caught my eye. He actually looks more like a sprint type than a route horse. By that, I mean he's kind of a smaller build, more compact, more powerful, has a nice, strong hindquarters to him. And I think he could show some speed. He did in his most recent start on the turf. He also was up close early, going a mile at Ellis Park. But he's been knocking on the door, and I think just trying to figure things out.
There he is, 11-1 right now. Pick 5 pool, really coming close to that $500,000 mark and shoot here very, very soon. There's a look at Dornoch, the continued odds-on favorite, the full brother to the Kentucky Derby winner, Mage. And Caton's best angle this morning on Today at Keeneland. Good luck. Race number 2, 2 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Calumet, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 6. Django moves into line. Greer's Ferry into the gate. Redfield comes forward. Tennessee Lamb goes in. Nuevo Empire, the last one. First wire at the post. They're off. There's Dornock outrunning for the early lead. Latlong comes away in second, but Dornock will be the leader as they head for the first turn. Latlong is next, and then Allied Victory goes third. Greer's Ferry is in fourth. Redfield wide fifth as they enter the turn. Tennessee Lamb wider yet in sixth. Nuevo Empire quickly slid over to the rail to save some ground in the seventh position. Midnight Maestro is eighth, and Django is last of the nine. Dornock is the leader. Dornock leads at 3/4 of a length. Latlong goes second by a length and a half to Allied Victory, who travels in third. 23.5 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Greer's Ferry out in the center of the track is fourth. Nuevo Empire moves up the rail from fifth to fourth to challenge for third. Further back, Redfield is in between horses just in front of Tennessee Lamb, a gap of 7 more lengths back to Django, and then Midnight Maestro, who is last the first half mile, 47.7 seconds. They head for the far turn. Dornock, Latlong, 1-2, separated by less than 1 length. Nuevo Empire tries to pick them up against the rail in the third position. Now 2 lengths off the front pair onto the far turn. Allied Victory is racing in fourth. Redfield is fifth, and then Tennessee Lamb on the outside, now caught between horses as Greer's Ferry moves up outside of that one, 3 wide, still 10 from the front. At the quarter pole, Dornock, Latlong still 1-2, separated by a half length. Gap of 5, 6 lengths more now back to Nuevo Empire. Django is running from far back, but is still 8 lengths from the lead, and this is the short stretch. Here's Latlong coming after Dornock. Django is still 7 lengths off the leader, and Dornock is the leader in the final furlong. Dornock by 5, by 6, back to Latlong, and then Django. It is Dornock and Luis Saez, and Dornock wins it. Django ran on to be second. Latlong was home in third, and Nuevo Empire was fourth.
Well, taking advantage of that inside draw, he goes to the front. He had company. The 3-horse Latlong was with him, but Dornoch able to separate away from this group. The full brother to the Kentucky Derby winner, Mage, and his mother, Puka, the mother of Dornoch, as well as Mage, will be sold at the upcoming Keeneland November sale, pregnant to the same stallion that this horse is by, Good Magic, as well as Mage.
You know, he's still a little green. He's still learning. It was late in the game before he actually switched onto his right outside lead. Didn't matter. He's got a lot of raw talent and enough to make up for it here as he draws off. Going to be fun to watch in the future.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: number 2, Dornoch, was first, number 4, Django, second, number 3, Latlong, third, and number 11, Nuevo Empire, fourth. 2, 4, 3, 11, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, number 2, Dornoch, owned by West Paces Racing of Larry Conley, owned by R.A. Hill Stable of Raymond A. Hill III, Belmar Racing and Breeding LLC of Vito Cucci, and 2-8 Racing of Jason Worth, and Pine Racing Stables of Mark Pine. Danny Gargan, the trainer. Luis Saez, the jockey. Dornoch, a 2-year-old son of Good Magic. Out of Puka by Big Brown. Bred in Kentucky by Grandview Equine. 1 minute, 45 seconds for the 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Results are official for Keeneland's 6th race, 2, 4, 3, 11, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Calumet Trophy presentation to the connections of Dornoch. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. The turf is listed good today. Rail at 0 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering. Late pick 4 starts here in race 7. Scratch the 8 out of deductions. Scratch the 11 February Sun. Also scratch the 12 microphone. And scratch the 14 over the channel. Again, scratch the 8 out of deductions. Scratch the 11, February sun. Scratch the 12, microphone, and scratch 14, over the channel. A reminder, number 13, 7 charms will run. Number 13, 7 charms draws into the race. 8th race, scratch the 1, Stellar Lily. 8th race, scratch the 1, Stellar Lily. Featured 9th race, Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, Grade 1, presented by Dixiana. Scratch number 3, Safine. Scratch the 5, Be Your Best. Scratch the 9, Heavenly Sunday. And scratch the 11, Prerequisite. That's the featured 9th race. Scratch number 3, Safine. Scratch the 5, Be Your Best. Scratch 9, Heavenly Sunday. And scratch 11, Prerequisite. A reminder, number 13, Freitas the Red will run. 13, Freitas the Red draws into the race. 10th and final event, scratch number 3, Gano. Scratch the 4, Curly Jack. Scratch the 5, Tartufo. Scratch the 8, Sakil. And scratch 11, He's a Mess. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch number 3, Gano. Scratch 4, Curly Jack. Scratch the 5, Tartufo. Scratch number 8, Sakil. And scratch the 11, He's a Mess. A reminder, number 13, Airtime will run. 13, Airtime draws into the race.
Race number 7, second level allowance condition, 1.5 miles on this good listed turf course, and 911 Turbo is who we're looking at. He's not the favorite. I truly thought that his price would be down from what it even was suggested on the morning line. The fact that he's 2-1 will be something that we have to monitor as horse players and handicappers over the course of the next 16 minutes, because here's a son of More Than Ready that just has been a late developer. This year at the age of 6, and even going back to last year at the age of 5, it took them some time to figure him out, for him to grow up, whatever it's been. I'm sure there's certainly more to that story about 911 Turbo. But his spring and summer between Santa Anita and Del Mar was very, very good. He won a first level allowance condition going 1 mile and 3/8 in style back at the end of the meet, or the beginning of the meet rather, at Del Mar this summer, and then backed that up with a runner-up performance, just beaten by Gold Phoenix, who's one of the best distance turf horses that we have on the West Coast. I said this morning, they could have easily run this horse yesterday in the Sycamore Stakes at 1.5 miles, but the plan ended up being running him in this spot here today, which obviously is easier than what he would have faced in the Sycamore. So for him to be at 2-1, it starts to creep into your mind a little bit. Does somebody know something out there as horse players? We're always second guessing ourselves, just in general. I think as horse players, that's just in our nature. But at 2-1, if you could have told me I got 2-1 on 911 Turbo, I would have taken a lot of action on that coming into the afternoon.
I agree with you 100%. This is a horse who crossed the finish line 4 times in a row and went up to a high level, almost won in Grade 2 Stakes Company, going 1 mile and 3/8. He's a long distance horse. He's just reaching his best stride. He's trained by a Hall of Famer, Neil Drysdale. He comes in from California, so horses who can sit close, horses who are tactical in California, where the pace is always, whether it's dirt or turf, much more intense, are always going to be forwardly placed here. So I think he's going to have a real easy time of it with that inside post position. He's got one of the best tacticians in the game, if not one of the best riders, period, in Flavien Pratt. So there's so much to like about him. He is now the lukewarm favorite, but I thought he would be overwhelmingly the favorite. And at a short price, I thought we were going to have to decide whether or not you would bet on him at 2-1. I could take every bit of that. Love him. Think he's really the horse to beat in here, clearly. I will say there are some horses who I think benefit from some give in the ground. The 4, Shirar, I expect to run a nice race. He comes off a second-place finish in his most recent start. I know you like him as well. I think he's an improving sort of horse who will have absolutely no trouble with the 1.5 miles.
Completely agree with that. Here's a horse that definitely has shown that the 1.5 mile distance is not going to be an issue. He's handled good ground in the past, made up some lengths in doing so at Ellis Park. And then we go to the 6-horse Foreign Relations, who's the favorite. He's, well, now second choice. He was favored a moment ago, but he's just clicked up to 5-2. Foreign Relations, a winner here at Keeneland, going 1.5 miles over good listed ground. And that may be what's swaying people in that direction versus 911 Turbo, is the going and the ground. And you can't knock the competition that he comes out of. He ran in the Turf Cup at Kentucky Downs. He was only beaten 3 lengths in the Grade 1 United Nations that was taken by Therapist, who we saw run in the Sycamore yesterday. So perhaps it's more of a ground play, conditions play for Foreign Relations than anything when facing him up against 911 Turbo.
You know, he's a graded stakes winner, and that came at the 1.5 mile distance on good ground. So I think bettors responding to the fact that he's proven he belongs and can handle the conditions. Looks like he's trained really well for Connor Murphy going into this race. And you get Tyler Gaffleone as he exits Grade 2 Stakes Company, much like the 911 Turbo. I think he's going to be doing his best running from about mid-pack here, and I'm not so sure that it's going to be tough sledding given the pace. I don't think there's a lot of early pace in here. I'm curious to see what the 10 Quadra Island does, stretching to the 1.5 miles, maybe the 9 Montauk Point, but without a lot of early speed on ground with given it becomes a real rider's race, combined with having the right horse who can handle the conditions and who really relishes the distance. So this is a tricky one to figure out, but I do like the favorite and the bettor's choice now 2-1. And Scott, that price is probably going to come down a little.
We'll see how it fares over the course of the next 12 minutes. Race number 7, start of the late pick 4, the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana is still to come, part of that late pick 4.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Matahari allowance for 3-year-olds and up, at 1.5 miles over the turf listed good, the rail at 0 feet. Double pick 3 and start of the late pick 4. A reminder, scratch the 8 out of deductions. Also scratch the 11, February Sun, scratch the 12, Microphone, and scratch the 14, Over the Channel. And a reminder, number 13, 7 Charms, draws into the race. 13, 7 Charms will run. Post time is 6 minutes. The winner of the Dixiana Best Turned Out Award for the 7th race, Adrian Prieto, the groom for number 5, Stolen Base. Adrian, congratulations.
There's a look at the number 9 horse, Montauk Point, just moving the conversation about a bit in this upcoming 7th race. Montauk Point, a colt by Violence, who is trying turf for just the 2nd time in his career. He's from an unbridled mare, so an established family here as far as the pedigree and just the family up and down. And his last race was a much improved effort from his previous run on dirt.
Scott, I have no idea if he can go 1.5 miles, but he didn't run badly last time, and I believe he actually could be on the lead in this field, the way it kind of comes together. The biggest thing for me was he looks tremendous. This is a horse who is looking as good as a horse can look in the paddock, and looks don't always tell the whole story, but if they do here, he is a very live long shot.
And just looking at that family even further on the 9 Montauk Point, the mare, of her 7 winners that she's produced, 4 of them turf winners. So perhaps turf is what he's wanted to do all along. There's the number 10 horse, Quadra Island. Young gelding by Kitten's Joy, just starts 6th of his career, but you can't knock his most recent performance. And looking at trainer jockey standings, Brad Cox, he doesn't ride Gerardo Corrales a lot, but in the last few months, they have combined for a 42% win clip from 31 combined starts between Corrales and Brad Cox. That's a significant number.
And how about a positive ROI, which is unusual considering the fact that most of Cox's horses get bet down quite a bit. We've talked about this, as he is really good at spotting his horses, and they tend to get bet accordingly. Quadra Island also looking tremendous, very different type of horse than Montauk Point, a smaller, handier horse, but a strong, well-balanced horse nonetheless, who looked super in the paddock and out on the track. He's by Kitten's Joy, so he should be able to handle all the variables here. And the fact that he's undefeated in one turf start, to me, speaks volumes. This is a lot tougher field than he faced, but I think he's a horse that might be up to the task at a big price.
Moving over to the turf, race 7, Keeneland, start of the late pick 4.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Matahari, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. Sherrar comes forward along with Montauk Point. Stolen Base moves into line. Quadra Island next. 7 Charms, the last one, coming forward. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. 911 Turbo for the early lead. Altazor was quick on the break as well, but now settles back, decides to drop over to the rail, save some ground. That means it'll be Foreign Relations who will capitalize, moves up now, moves forward, finds an advantage, and takes the lead. Montauk Point going to be 3 wide as they move on to that far turn the first time. 911 Turbo is saving ground from that inside starting spot. Sherrar is in 4th in between horses. OP Firecracker 5th up on the outside. Altazor now settles back into the 6th position. Stolen Base is 7th. Quadra Island is 8th outward from the rail as they move around the turn and into the stretch for the first time. And then 7 Charms is 9th, and Kitten Mischief is last of the 10. Foreign Relations, 911 Turbo, joined by Montauk Point up at the front of the field. Still just over 1 circuit to go here. And then Sherrar, who's in between horses, a lane off the rail in 4th. OP Firecracker is 5th up on the outside of Altazor. Stolen Base is next to the inside of Quadra Island. 7 Charms and Kitten Mischief at the back. It was 25.28 for the opening quarter, 51.31 seconds for the first half mile. Moving into the second of 3 turns here. Foreign Relations stays a lane off the rail. 911 Turbo is right behind the leader, and then Montauk Point moves back up, was wide again on the turn, but moves into the second position just off the leader's flank. Sherrar is next outside of 911 Turbo, who's still there to the inside, but 3rd. And then OP Firecracker 5th, running about 5 lengths off the lead. Altazor, and then Stolen Base between horses, who's 7 from the front. Quadra Island, 7 Charms against the rail. Kitten Mischief is still running last as they approach the final turn. And Foreign Relations is still the leader, 1 length to the good. Montauk Point is 2nd up on the outside. 911 Turbo is tucked away against the rail in 3rd, heading onto the turn. Sherrar is still there in 4th in between horses. Then OP Firecracker. It is Foreign Relations, the leader, midway on the final turn. Foreign Relations leading 911 Turbo by just 1 length. 911 Turbo now changing lanes, comes off the rail between horses to challenge for the lead. Sherrar is 3rd, and right there there up on the outside. Sherrar, 911 Turbo. 911 Turbo takes the lead. Foreign Relations is still there to the inside, though, and is fighting on. Sherrar is third. 911 Turbo, a narrow lead, has it a half length. Foreign Relations second, then Sherrar and OP Firecracker. Foreign Relations is coming back up the inside. 911 Turbo is right there. Foreign Relations, 911 Turbo. 911 Turbo gets it on the wire for Flavien Pratt.
Well, 911 Turbo had to work for it, and the number 6 horse, Foreign Relations, gave him a battle down the lane. Sherrar was ridden for at least a half mile by Johnny Velasquez to keep up, and he did for a little bit. He's going to back up and end up finishing third. 911 Turbo gets his nose in front. Then it looks like the inside's coming back, Foreign Relations, but this big son of More Than Ready able to pull off this victory, and a great view of it from the runner-up position down to the wire.
Flavien Pratt saved all the ground early, but then outside to engage, and every stride he took, that was answered by Foreign Relations in a fierce battle to the finish. 911 Turbo proving just best under Flavien Pratt, his second winner of the afternoon, and 2-1, a gift in retrospect.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race in the photo for the win. Number 1, 911 Turbo, finished first. Number 6, Foreign Relations, was second. Number 4, Sherrar, was third. And number 7, OP Firecracker, was fourth. 1647, unofficial. The objection sign posted at Keeneland, hold all tickets, claim of foul, has been lodged by the rider of runner-up number 6, Foreign Relations, against the unofficial winner, number 1, 911 Turbo, alleging interference in the stretch. Objection pending concerning the top 2 in the unofficial result. Please hold all tickets. Video monitors and television boards right now. The split-screen program feed to the left, the head-on to the right. Hold all tickets. Objection pending. No change. Result will stand as is, no change. 1647, that result stands. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Matahari No. 1 911 Turbo, owned by Step Aside Farms LLC of Declan Jackson, trained by Neil Drysdale. 2 wins today for Flavien Pratt. 911 Turbo, 6-year-old gelded son of More Than Ready out of Rosalie Road by Street Cry. The winner bred in Kentucky by C.W. Swan and Weatherby Holdings Limited. Keeneland November Baby covers the 1.5 miles over the turf-listed good, 2 minutes 30.02 seconds, and the results are official, 1647 official. Robert Tillier, representing Dixiana, presents the Matahari Trophy to the connections of 911 Turbo. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering offered here. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3. Scratch the 1, Stellar Lily. Scratch the 1, Stellar Lily. Looking ahead to the featured 9th race, Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Grade 1 presented by Dixiana. Scratch number 3, Safine. Also scratch 5, Be Your Best. Scratch 9, Heavenly Sunday. And scratch 11, Prerequisite. That's the featured 9th race. Scratch number 3, Safine. Scratch the 5, Be Your Best. Scratch 9, Heavenly Sunday. And scratch 11, Prerequisite. A reminder, number 13, Freitas the Red will run. 13, Freitas the Red will run. 10th and final race, scratch number 3, Gano. Scratch number 4, Curly Jack. Scratch the 5, Tartufo. Scratch number 8, Sakil. And scratch 11, He's a Mess. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch number 3, Gano. Scratch the 4, Curly Jack. Scratch the 5, Tartufo. Scratch number 8, Sakil. Scratch the 11, He's a Mess. A reminder, number 13, Airtime will run. Number 13, Airtime draws into the race.
Race number 8, start of the final pick 3 of the day. Late pick 3 begins with this 6.5 furlong sprint, first level allowance condition for 3-year-old and up fillies and mares. And looking at the tote board, the number 6 horse, Rosie's Alibi, is the current favorite. This is a Todd Pletcher filly, perhaps another situation, Kate, where we're seeing the power of the partnership. My Racehorse with the horse earlier today for Dwayne Lucas opened up as a pretty clear favorite and then drifted a bit, but we'll see how the wagering goes on the 6 here today.
Well, there's also that Pletcher factor, too,
True.
to go with the 6, Rose's Alibi. But I know that you like a price shot in here as well, who's getting a little play on the board, a little bit more than I anticipated anyway.
Yeah, the number 7 horse, You Little Vixen, for Kelly Von Hemel and Prairie Lane Farms, a well-bred filly. She's by Twirling Candy and was a powerhouse winner on debut back at the beginning of September, about mid-September, at Prairie Meadows in Altoona, Iowa, just outside of Des Moines, Iowa. And the way that she did it, the smoothness in which her stride was laid out was one thing that really caught me, and also the final time. She won in 109 and 4. Winners can come from anywhere. Good horses can come from anywhere. And I think You Little Vixen has to be very well respected in this race. And Tyler Gaffleone's going to be riding. Kelly Von Hemel, as we mentioned this morning on Today at Keeneland, comes from a long line of horsemen led by his father, Don Von Hemel. So I really like this filly a lot in here, and I think that she can handle this level of competition coming over from Iowa.
He certainly wouldn't be making the trip if he didn't feel that she was up to the task. And I will add that she has the benefit of a work here at Keeneland, and I love that they shipped her in and gave her that opportunity to get her feet under her over this track. I think it makes a big difference. It can be a little bit of a tiring track for horses who aren't used to it. So I think You Little Vixen is real interesting here. I went to the 10, who's going to get some play. She's second choice on the board. That's 3-1 on the 10. A seed, moving turf to dirt, beautifully bred. Daughter of Into Mischief out of a Mizzen Mask mare, moves from the turf back to the main track. Draw a line through her last race. I just don't think she cared for it. I don't know what to make of a race at Saratoga in the Wilton. It was a pretty easy spot. She was favored. In retrospect, it was a tough field with Randomized coming back to win very impressively. But she was well beaten. She obviously didn't show up that day. If you look back to her sprint races, she's very, very competitive. Broke her maiden at first asking at Gulfstream Park with Irad Ortiz, whom she's reunited with. And she followed it up with a third-place finish in Graded Stakes Company behind the very talented Red Carpet Ready. So I think that she has more ability than her last couple races suggest. Outside post position, I'm not concerned about. I think she breaks well. She gets position under Irad, and then the rest up to her. But 3-1, maybe a little shy of what I was hoping for here. She's still going to be my top choice.
Pumpkin Scone, the 2, now draws post 1 with the scratch of the 1 horse. Here's Corrales riding for Brad Cox once again, and it took her a few races to finally come to her best performance, but as of late we've saw her best performance compared to her previous 2, and that was a dominant win at Ellis Park in August about 2 months ago.
She's a lovely filly and has a real masculine build. She's very strong. She's very stout. I think she's going to be tough, but I don't love her post position. Down on the inside, she is going to have to hit the ground running on the break. And she's got horses to the outside that could show some early speed as well. The 3, Mucho Macho Girl, my third choice in here, is a half-sister to Hoist the Gold, who won the Phoenix earlier today. He likes this racetrack. If she likes it as much as he does, we're going to be in good shape. She broke her maiden at first asking it for the fairgrounds, and that's a little atypical for Dallas Stewart runners. High odds that day. She's had a lot of time since then to grow, and she has been training really well at Churchill Downs. She does have speed. I don't know that she has to be on the lead, but she's going to be in that first mix of horses and maybe putting pressure on Pumpkin Scone. But by Mucho Macho Man, she may be able to hold her speed a little bit farther. That's what she needs to be able to do here at 6.5 furlongs. It's so far been a really nice meet for Dallas Stewart from a limited number of runners. He's had a couple of winners, so this one wouldn't shock me at big odds, 14-1.
Race number 8 is up next here at Keeneland. Good luck. Race 8, start of the late pick 3.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Paramount, and allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch number 1, Stellar Lily. Number 1, Stellar Lily is scratched. Main track is fast, turf good. Post time in 5 minutes.
There's a close-up look at the 8-horse Little Blaze. She hasn't run in over a year. Her last run was her turf try at Ellis Park. Prior to that, she put together some very good efforts on dirt. So it's been a while, but perhaps worth the wait coming back if you're looking for a price horse who's shown some very good ability, very serious ability in the past. She ran in 109 flat at Churchill when she broke her maiden in June of 2022.
She's got a very distinctive blaze, hence the name Little Blaze. I don't know if it's little, but it's there, and it's very distinctive. And also the big body that her sire, Will Take Charge, had. Looks like she could cover a lot of ground, and yet she's been successful sprinting. Broke her maiden very easily at Churchill Downs, and then came right back at Ellis in one of her most recent starts back in July and finished second to a very nice filly in Palm Cottage. So I think the ability is there. I'm not sure she's going to show the same speed off the layoff or that she did earlier on, but she can be a very quick horse, and she seems to have some talent based on how she looks on the track warming up under Jamie Torres. I give her a big look.
Another runner in here that hasn't been seen in a while, Rarify, not quite a year, but not far from it. She was last seen October 27th of last year at the end of her 2-year-old year, and that was her lone win. Prior to that, she'd run some good races up at Saratoga, second in both of them, but broke through during the fall meet of last year. Here she is getting Lasix for the first time, no blinkers, as she did not have in her most recent start almost a year ago after wearing them in her first 2. But this is a Wesley Ward trainee that has to be respected. She's 5-1.
Well, she won really easily here at Keeneland in the fall of 2022 from off the pace without the blinkers. She did not break as sharply as she had in her previous starts, and that did the trick. She finished beautifully. She gets Lasix. She comes off the layoff. She looks very racy and very sharp again, and we know she likes this track. This is also a really strong pedigree by Justify out of a nice mare, Bella Jolie. You know, she probably shouldn't be 5-1 for a trainer who wins as much as he does here at Keeneland.
And then go to the 7-horse You Little Vixen. Spoke to her trainer, Kelly Von Hemel, who's brought her over from Iowa. She's had 2 local works, had the serious work at Prairie Meadows before coming to Lexington here to Keeneland Racecourse. And speaking of pedigrees, he was commenting on this filly's mother, the first dam, Someplace Else. Said she made over $400,000. They've always really liked this filly, and I continue to like her at 10-1. I think she is absolutely good enough to win against this group today?
She's been right at home in the paddock and out on the post parade. Just a really happy expression. It looks sensational. Definitely can outrun her odds at 10-1.
Race 8, less than a minute to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Paramount. Moving into line, race 8. Zeitlos moves into line. Dear Lady and Exceed into the gate. Rosie's Alibi comes forward. Rarify, the last one. Goes in. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Little Blaze from the outside. Pumpkin Scone is there toward the inside. And you Little Vixen up close in between that pair and the opening stride. Pumpkin Scone moves up the rail, has the lead by almost a full length. You Little Vixen goes second between horses. Little Blaze third up on the outside. Mucho Macho Girl fourth against the rail. Exceed is fifth. Zeitlos to the inside of that one is sixth. Rosie's Alibi goes seventh. Dear Lady is eighth. Rarify is in ninth. Three Tipsy Chicks last of the 10. 22.19 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Here's Little Blaze right alongside of Pumpkin Scone, who still has the lead against the rail by a neck. Exceed 3 lanes off the rail in third around the far turn is 3.5 lengths from the front. And then Mucho Macho Girl is fourth. You Little Vixen has lost some ground in fifth. Zeitlos is to her inside in sixth. Still 6 from the front. Quarter mile to go. Pumpkin Scone is the leader, chased by Little Blaze. Exceed up on the outside. Zeitlos and then Mucho Macho Girl. Here comes Exceed after Pumpkin Scone. Zeitlos is there, but needs to find more. Still 5 lengths from the front. It is Exceed right alongside of Pumpkin Scone. Zeitlos tries to pick them up, still 2 lengths away from Exceed. Exceed at the 16th pole has the lead, 1.5 lengths. Zeitlos is second. Exceed, Zeitlos. Here's Exceed. Exceed, Irad Ortiz Jr. to win it. Zeitlos was home second. Pumpkin Scone was across the line in third, and Dear Lady rallied for fourth.
The Into Mischief filly Exceed able to accelerate from this group here today under Irad Ortiz Jr. for Juddmonte Farms, a filly trained by Chad Brown, getting back on dirt and back into a good rhythm here today.
She was under Irad, always perched to the outside, just waiting for the cue. And once she was given it, responded beautifully, though she was chased home by Zeitlos, who dug in pretty gamely, but could never quite get on even terms with Exceed.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: number 10, Exceed, finished first. Number 9, Zeitlos, was second. Number 2, Pumpkin Scone, third. Number 5, Dear Lady, was fourth. 10-9-2-5, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Paramount, the unofficial winner, number 10, Exceed, owned by Judd of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. Exceed, a 3-year-old filly by Into Mischief out of Chaboom, by Mizzen Mass, bred in Kentucky by Juddmont Farms Incorporated. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 17.71 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 10-9-2-5, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Paramount Trophy presentation to the connections of Exceed. Keeneland's 9th and featured race upcoming, 40th running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, Grade 1, presented by Dixiana. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch number 3, Safine. Scratch the 5, Be Your Best. Also scratch number 9, Heavenly Sunday, and scratch 11, Prerequisite. Again, scratch number 3, Safine. Scratch number 5, Be Your Best. Scratch the 9, Heavenly Sunday, and scratch 11, Prerequisite. A reminder, number 13, Freitas the Red, draws into the race. 13, Freitas the Red will run. Turf is listed good, rail at 0 feet. Looking ahead, 10th and final race. Scratch number 3, Gano. Scratch 4, Curly Jack. Also scratch the 5, Tartufo. Scratch the 8, Sakil. And scratch 11, He's a Mess. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch number 3, Gano. Scratch 4, Curly Jack. Scratch the 5, Tartufo. Scratch number 8, Sakil. And scratch 11, He's a Mess. A reminder, number 13, Airtime. Draws into the race. 13, Airtime will run.
It's in the post, has the lead by a length. It's in the post to win it.
Time now for our Grade 1 Saturday feature. It's the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. and we're 18 minutes to post. Maj comes in from Europe for Godolphin and multiple champion trainer Saeed bin Saror. She's currently sitting at 2-1 on the board. This is a filly that won the Grade 1 Group 1 1,000 Guinea Stakes, one of the premier Grade 1s for 3-year-old fillies each and every year in Europe. Winner at Newmarket, beat Tahira, who would go on and win multiple Group 1s after that defeat in the Guineas. Now, here's a filly that was scheduled to run in the Coronation Stakes at Royal Ascot. She came up with an illness just prior to that, so they had to skip that. They gave her some time off, and she's come back in good form. Just speaking to Saeed bin Saror, her trainer, who's made the trip over with this filly as well, says she's done well, she's traveled well, and he expects her to sit handy for Oisin Murphy, who's ridden this filly, did so in the Guineas. I like this filly a lot. This is a race that's going to serve as a launching point towards the Breeders' Cup at Santa Anita, and the fact that she's a Guineas winner and the filly that she beat, 2-1 is a very good price on this well-bred filly. She's a half-sister to the Grade 1 winner and Breeders' Cup winner in his own right, Modern Games.
I really respect her credentials. I respect the strength of the horses coming in from overseas. Generally, we saw that yesterday play out in Graded Stakes Company, and we have seen it all year long. In fact, over the last few years, the European invaders have definitely held the upper hand when facing their North American counterparts here. So that makes Maj very, very tough. The win on soft ground at Newmarket also definitely works to her advantage. She should have no trouble at all handling a little bit of give in the ground. 5 or 8 lifetime. I definitely put her in the top 3, but just hard to bet on short price on anybody in this group of quality fillies and mares. And looking a little outside the box, the horses that are a little better price, I thought were worth investigating. The 12, Papilio, is probably making one of her last starts. She is scheduled to go through the sale. Not certain whether she would race on after that, but she is proven here at Keeneland, winning the Appalachian, coming from off the pace in the spring of the year on good turf. That was going a mile, but it seemed as if she was only just getting into her best stride. I really believe the 1 1/8 is in her wheelhouse. She has knocked on the door in Graded Stakes Company, beaten just a length at 1 1/4 in the Belmont Oaks by some good fillies. And one of these days, she is going to break through if given the opportunity. So consistent with Javier Castellano on board for Mark Casse that I'm going to give her one more shot here at 9-1.
The number 7 horse, Sounds of Heaven, for Jessica Harrington, and owned in part by John Camilleri, and Greg Bernick of Glen Hill Farm. This is a Kingman filly that ran in the Group 1 Coronation Stakes, the race that I was referring to with Maj, and she was 3rd behind Tahira in that coronation at Royal Ascot. Came out of there. They took her over to France in Group 1 company in the Prix-Rothschild. But expect this filly to be in better form here today over a little bit better ground perhaps than the soft ground at Deauville, even though that can be overstated in the French form when you see the listings. Oftentimes soft ground is not necessarily soft when it comes to French ratings in comparison to how we rate our turf courses. But I think this filly's got a big opportunity for Jessica Harrington. Shane Foley in town to ride this filly, who he has ridden 3 times in the past.
While we're on the topic of European invaders, how about the 6th Lindy, who is currently 6-1, making her 2nd start in the United States since arriving from France. She put together at the very beginning of her career as a 2-year-old an enviable record, 3 starts, 3 wins, including the prestigious Criterium. She was on firm ground that day. She has run well on softer ground, finished 2nd in Group 1 competition in the Guineas on soft turf at Longchamp, and then came overseas and did everything that was asked of her. It was an easier group at Kentucky Downs, but she had no problem bringing her form with her and won for fun with Tyler Gaffleone stalking a slow pace, responded beautifully, and today seems to be responding beautifully again. 2nd start off the layoff. Brendan Walsh has felt that she's done everything right since she arrived here, and I see no reason why she can't continue in that respect. She's 4 for 7 lifetime.
And then we'll round out the conversation in the paddock with the 1-horse Mission of Joy for trainer Graham Motion, a filly by Kittens Joy, who's 4 for 8 lifetime. Her most recent win came at Churchill Downs, going 1 1/8 miles. Can she potentially dictate the pace in this race from the inside draw?
With the scratches, I thought that was a possibility, and this will be her second start back after, I think, really needing the race from a fitness standpoint in the Virginia Oaks. She had been away for a while. She's shown a little turn of foot out of the gate, and she's training super at Fairhill. So the suggestion is that with that inside post, maybe Johnny Velasquez takes advantage of it and uses that to get the edge on this competition. This softer ground, good today, I think lends itself to that type of style, and there's not a lot of early pace in here. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Maj forwardly placed.
It's the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana, our feature on this Saturday, featuring an all-star cast of international 3-year-old fillies, coming up next at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 9th race, 40th running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Grade 1, presented by Dixiana. 3-year-old fillies at 1 1/8 on the turf, listed good, rail at 0 feet. Scratch number 3, Safine. Scratch the 5, Be Your Best. Scratch 9, Heavenly Sunday. And scratch 11, Prerequisite. A reminder, number 13, Freitas the Red, draws into the race. Number 13, Freitas the Red, will run. Post time at just 7 minutes, starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Mission of Joy, owned by Rise and Sun Racing LLC of Ryan Zabrowski, owned by Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, trainer Graham Motion, jockey John Velasquez. 2, Elusive Princess, owned by Ellen J. Foxwoods of Jamie Roth, owned by Ecurie Victoria Dreams, Jean-Philippe Dubois, NK Racing of Nancy Favreau and Anthony Montefiore, trained by Arnaud Delacour, the jockey Flavien Pratt. 3 is scratched. 4 is Maj. Races for Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others. Trainer Saeed bin Suror, Oisin Murphy, the jockey. 5 is scratched. 6 is Lindy, owned by Everest Racing of Guilon Bozo, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 7, Sounds of Heaven, owned by Craig Bernick and John Camilleri, trained by Jessica Harrington, jockey Shane Foley. Number 8, Alunda Queen, owned by Living the Dream LLC of Greg Harbert, owned by Agave Racing Stable of Mark Martinez and Medallion Racing of Philip Shelton, trained by Jean-Claude Rouget, Luis Saez, the jockey. 9 is scratched. 10 is Liguria, owned by Alpha Delta Stables of John Clay, the trainer Chad Brown, the jockey Joel Rosario. 11 is scratched. 12 is Papilio, owned by the DJ Stable LLC of Leonard Green, owned by Medallion Racing of Philip Shelton, owned also by Barry Fowler and Parkland Thoroughbreds of Steve Weston, trainer Mark Cassie, jockey Javier Castellano. And number 13, Freitas the Red, owned by Three Chimneys Farm of Gonzalo Torrealba and Walking L Thoroughbreds of Scott Leeds, the trainer Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Post time in less than 5 minutes. The winner of the Best Turned Out Award for the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana, Levy Cortez, the groom for number 6, Lindy. Levy, congratulations.
Looking front side for the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana, Liguria, the number 10 horse for Chad Brown and Alpha Delta Stables. This is a Keeneland graduate who comes into this race off of a good 4th place finish, closing in the Winter Memories Stakes back in September at the Belmont and Aqueduct meet. So the added distance certainly could propel her forward today.
She's never had the opportunity to run at this distance, and I think that could make a difference, though she's been very productive, 3 wins from 7 starts. And stop me if you've heard this before, daughter of Warfront runs big on the turf at Keeneland, much less trained by Chad Brown. I think she's being ignored when this could be the breakthrough, especially with the distance that she's been looking for. And she looked spectacular both in the paddock and out on the racetrack warming up.
Maj, the number 4 horse, the Guineas winner, has moved into the favorites role. Now, you may have noticed this on the paddock side, and you can clearly see it now if you're looking at the monitors or her on the track. She's wearing that red headgear. Now, this is something that is often used in Europe that will be taken off at the post. It acts as a calming device. It's earmuffs, so it's not something that she will wear in the race. It'll be taken off as they get set to load into the starting gate, or even perhaps in the starting gate.
She's been very mannerly in both the paddock. It seems to be working. working and out on the racetrack, not with a pony, as would normally be the case for horses here in the United States. Not necessarily the case overseas. Typically, they don't have a pony, but she's been all manners, all class, and done everything right up till now. 3 wins under her belt coming into this race, and she has proven that she can run well off the layoff and at the very highest level.
And going back to the 12-horse Papilio for DJ Stables and Medallion Racing and others, Mark Cassie and Javier Castellano once again teaming up with this filly, winner of the Appalachian in the springtime here at Keeneland Racecourse in a hard-fought battle. She will be offered at the Keeneland November sale by TaylorMade Sales, so something to look forward to today and just a few weeks down the line. A proven filly, a race-ready filly with an update potentially looming in this Grade 1.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 40th running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, Grade 1, presented by Dixiana. Moving into line for the 9th. Alunda Queen goes in. Lindy moves into line. Liguria comes forward. Papilio. Freitas the Red, the last one. Moves in. They are at the post. And they're off in the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. There's Maj in the opening strides. And here's Papilio to her outside. Elusive Princess, Mission of Joy right there down toward the inside as they move for the first turn. Maj toward the center of the course has the early lead. Mission of Joy moves up from the rail in second. Elusive Princess will go third. Freitas the Red is fourth, wide into that first turn. And then comes Papilio, who is also caught wide into the turn, moves up from fifth into the fourth position. And then Sounds of Heaven is down toward the inside, moves up one spot from fifth. And further back, Lindy is in seventh. Liguria is eighth outward from the rail, and that leaves room for Alunda Queen to move up one spot from last, 23.26 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Up the backstretch, Maj is the leader over against the rail, leading at 3/4 of a length. Elusive Princess is second by a length. And then Papilio outside of Mission of Joy, who's right there behind the leader against the rail in fourth, now taking third by just a head as they head for the far far turn. And then Sounds of Heaven fifth between horses. Lindy, Freitas the Red, Alunda Queen, and Liguria. The first half mile, 47.72 seconds. On to the final turn they go. Maj is the leader by a half length. Elusive Princess is there in second. Mission of Joy up close, third toward the inside. Papilio is fourth, 3 lengths off the lead toward the outside. They turn for home, a quarter mile to go in the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. And here's Elusive Princess coming after Maj, and Mission of Joy tries to find room between that pair. Maj has the lead. Mission of Joy second, Elusive Princess third. Lindy is up to fourth and coming late. Maj still the leader. Mission of Joy, then Lindy. Maj, Lindy running on. Maj, Lindy trying. Here's the wire. Maj takes it by a neck for O'Sheen Murphy and Godolphin in 1 minute, 48.06 seconds.
What a performance on the comeback. Maj, you could tell she was fresh. She was tugging on O'Sheen Murphy in the early stages of this race, but when they started to come to her, she digs down and exudes that class. Back-to-back Grade 1 wins for this Exceed and Excel filly in the span of 5 months in between races.
But look at Lindy flying on the outside. This could be the up-and-comer that we're keeping an eye on going forward. Couldn't quite get to the winner, but boy, she made a race of it and tried as hard as a horse could try. Grade 1 quality proves out here. 4-6, and the one Mission of Joy always in the hunt, hanging on for the show.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. Number 4, Maj, finished first. Number 6, Lindy was second. Number 1, Mission of Joy, third. And number 2, Elusive Princess, fourth. 4-6-1-2, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's featured 9th race official. 4-6-1-2, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's featured 9th race, 40th running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Grade 1, presented by Dixiana, number 4, Maj. Owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Saeed bin Suror with Oisin Murphy, the jockey. Maj, a 3-year-old filly by Exceed and Excel out of Modern Ideals by New Approach, bred in Ireland by Godolphin. Mile and an eighth over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 48.06 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. Bill and Donna Shively representing Dixiana present To the Connections of Maj.
Maj was pure class today in the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. A first stakes win at Keeneland for this man, Saeed bin Suror. First stakes win, first win here at Keeneland. And well done, a well-deserved, well-earned win, I should say, with Maj. But early on in the race, it looked like she was keen for you coming off of the layoff. Was there any concern with you, the way that she was tugging going into the first turn?
Saeed was delighted with her work at home, and he asked me to sit in her last week just before she flew, and she felt brilliant. She felt back to her best. And we did quite quick sectionals in the first half of the race, but she's a superstar filly, and she found plenty. She's got a great heart and mind, and I'm delighted to win for Godolphin and Saeed. Here it's his 500 group winner, so for me to ride it for him means the world.
That is quite a milestone. Congratulations on your success here at Keeneland, Oisin.
Thank you very much.
Saeed, 500 group winners, and to happen here at Keeneland as we stand on this turf course, where does that milestone sit for you, Saeed?
Well, thank God. This is great to win 500 group. Even the end, we end with the group 1 with the Filly Emoja classic winner. To come to America, to Keeneland to win is a great result for everybody.
You've stated that this is a prep for the Breeders' Cup, and you've given two options, the mile or the filly and mare turf. I know it's moments removed from this win, but what do you think, what race do you think fits this filly best?
What it looked to me, she has plenty of speed as a mile, and she make it today in 9 furlongs. But we'll see. I mean, the mile has the best trap for her, sure. But I want to see close to the race, maybe fillies and mares.
Congratulations on this big milestone win and this impressive Group 1 win, Grade 1 win here at Keeneland.
Thank you, sir.
Maj, a Guineas winner, now a Grade 1 winner in America after taking the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana.
Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Main track is listed fast. Race 10 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. In the 10th race, scratch number 3, Gano. Also scratch the 4, Curly Jack. Scratch the 5, Tartufo. Scratch the 8, Sakil. And scratch 11, He's a Mess. Again, scratch number 3, Gano. Scratch number 4, Curly Jack. Scratch the 5, Tartufo. Scratch number 8, Sakil. And scratch 11, He's a Mess. A reminder, number 13, Airtime, draws into the race. 13, Airtime, will run.
Race number 10, final race on this Saturday as the rain has gone away. If that brief shower passing through on the front side at the very least during the winner's circle presentation with Maj's impressive win in the Grade 1 at Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. Godolphin looking to sweep the late double because they've got a really nice colt coming up here who's the 3-5 favorite right now. First Mission, son of their sire Street Sense out of a Medaglia d'Oro first dam. Medaglia d'Oro also their stallion, but we saw him last in the Stone Street Lexington, winning and beating some very good horses in doing so. Arabian Lion and Disarm. This is a big opportunity for this horse to come back in style and move forward to stakes company on down the line.
Kind of an important first step back as well. If you look at his running lines, he ran with and beat horses like Arabian Lion and Disarm. Top competition, his only loss in his debut when he raced a little bit greenly and unfocused. Since that point, when he's gotten the opportunity to run around 2 turns, he has been unbeatable. And his race here at Keeneland in the Lexington was impressive enough to, off the layoff, convince his connections to point for a Triple Crown race. He would have been one of the favorites in the Preakness had he not ended up scratching. And now from the sidelines comes back, to me, a bigger, stronger version of himself. He looks fantastic. He's clearly the horse to beat. And the heavy favorite in every multi-race wager, 3-5 right now, but deservedly so. He does have to run from the inside post position and also has to overcome a layoff with other horses having recency, but he's clearly the horse to beat.
Creative Minister, he's got some class to him. He's made over $500,000 and a horse that could easily capitalize if First Mission isn't ready to roll today off the bench, which I don't expect to be the case, but you've got to respect a horse like the 10-horse Creative Minister in and amongst this group.
I really believe so. He's won at Keeneland. He's run really well here. He's run against top company. He's stakes placed. He was 3rd in the Preakness Stakes as a 3-year-old. I will say his 4-year-old season has not been quite as sparkling as he was as a 3-year-old, but he's now regrouping, coming off the layoff, and he had a couple nice seconds to build off of. Mile and a 16th is a little shortening up off of some of his races over the season. We'll see if he can show a little bit more turn of foot in the early stages of a race.
Race number 10, the final race on this afternoon, coming up in less than 10 minutes. First Mission on the comeback at 3-5.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Foxtail allowance optional claiming race for a price of $80,000, 3-year-olds and up, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch number 3, Gano. Scratch the 4, Curly Jack. Also scratch number 5, Tartufo. Scratch number 8, Sakil. And scratch the 11, He's a Mess. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. 13 airtime will run, post time in 5 minutes.
Quickly approaching post time for the 10th and final. We go front side to take a look at Cook Creek, the number 7 horse, who is 14-1 for Cheyenne Stables. Hasn't run in 4 months. He's been gelded since that run in the Grade 3 Blame Stakes at Churchill in the summer, June 3rd, that last race. But here's another hard-trying horse who has run some good races at this level and even right here at Keeneland.
I loved how he looked. He's very, very sharp and looks racer fit. Comes off that layoff, and I think the trim back to the mile and a 16th works in his favor. He ran very well at Gulfstream Park to finish second. I thought he was getting just a little bit flat, a little bit late in his final races. Of course, he was against tougher competition too, but he should be pretty sharp in here.
The number 12 horse, Implementation, is taking plenty of action for Ken Ramsey, Saffie Joseph Jr. This is a runner they claimed during the spring here at Keeneland of this year, and he's rattled off back-to-back wins, both of which were sprinting, one on the main track at Saratoga and one on turf at Kentucky Downs.
You know, he's interesting. I think definitely the stretch out doesn't hurt things. He probably will be on the lead early. He's another who looked pretty sharp in the paddock. Just don't know if he's quite the caliber of competition of some of the others, but he is coming off a win at Kentucky Downs and moving back to the main track, and he loves this racetrack.
But it's all about first mission, it seems. 1-2 on the son of Street Sense for Godolphin as they look to sweep the late double. And Brad Cox saying he's always mentally been just a sharp horse, a very smart horse, but he's grown physically since the springtime when we last saw him winning the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington.
You can kind of see that about him. Sometimes horses who are lightly raced and off the layoff like this, longer layoffs, get a little psyched up in the paddock, get a little overeager. That wasn't the case at all. He acted like an old horse and just took everything in stride, even out without the pony. You can see him just very compliant with whatever Luis Saez is asking him to do. And I love the fact that he's run some good races under Louis, including the win in the Lexington.
2 minutes to post for the 10th and final here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Foxtail. Moving into line for the 10th. Roman Centurion, Implementation. Now Cook Creek moving into line. Airtime, the last one. First wire at the post. They're off. There's Cook Creek between horses. Here comes Airtime from the outside. First Mission kicks in down toward the rail. Implementation is a third up on the outside center of the track heading into the first turn. As they enter the turn, it will be Airtime clearing the inside traffic. Gets over the rail and saves some ground around the turn and leads it by 3/4 of a length. Implementation, pretty keen to go on, is second up on the outside. First Mission against the rail in third. Cook Creek is fourth. Creative Minister 3 wide around the turn in fifth. Keystone Field back to the inside, saving ground in the 6th spot. And then Command Performance, who travels 7th. And finally, Roman Centurion at the back. Opening quarter went 24.86 seconds up the backstretch. Airtime, the leader, 3/4 of a length. Implementation, second a length. First Mission is third, a half length. Creative Minister out in the center of the track is fourth by just ahead. Cook Creek is between horses in fifth. Command Performance travels to the extreme outside from sixth, 5 lengths off the lead. Keystone Field against the rail in seventh. A break of 6 more lengths back to Roman Centurion, who's last. First half mile, 49.73 seconds. Back up front, Airtime, Implementation, 1-2, separated by a neck. Creative Minister is third, trying to join them around the turn. Command Performance, 4 wide, is in fourth. Now, First Mission is against the rail and is fifth and is still 3 lengths off the lead. Past the quarter pole to the top of the short stretch they come. It is Airtime, Implementation, Creative Minister, Command Performance, First Mission. What will he do? He's looking for room. He's got no choice. He's got to change lanes to the outside with Cook Creek. Final furlong, First Mission, Cook Creek, coming after Command Performance and Creative Minister. Command Performance, Creative Minister, First Mission is there, Cook Creek is there, First Mission is back. He wins it for Luis Saez, a Godolphin late double.
Well, the smile says it all from Luis Saez aboard First Mission, and the margin of victory does not tell the story that will be told with First Mission's effort. Bottled up on the inside, had to work his way out, hope for room, gets it, and comes back with a Herculean effort to the first wire finish off the 6-month layoff for Godolphin and Brad Cox.
Well, Louis might be smiling, but Brad Cox is having a stress test right now because at the top of the stretch, you just wondered where could he possibly go to get the room that he needed. Once he had that seam, though, he shows his heart and grit and determination and gets the victory very narrowly over both a very game Cook Creek as well as Command Performance. Very tight to split the place photo there, but definitely the win, and what a win for First Mission.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race: number 1, First Mission, finished first. Number 9, Command Performance, was second. Number 7, Cook Creek, was third. Number 10, Creative Minister, fourth. Number 2, Keystone Field, was fifth. 1, 9, 7, 10, 2, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Foxtail, number 1, First Mission. Owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brad Cox. Luis Saez, the winning jockey for the second time on the card. First Mission, a 3-year-old son of Street Sense out of Elude by Medaglia d'Oro, bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. Back-to-back wins for Godolphin as owner and as breeder to close the card today. 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track. 1 minute, 45.63 seconds. First Mission. In the winner's circle, the Foxtail Trophy presentation to the connections of First Mission. Results of Keeneland's 10th race official. 197.10.2, the official results. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryovers for tomorrow's card when live racing resumes at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. A reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting until approximately 30 minutes after this final race. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.